After floating for another day, Han Fei used up his remaining bait and caught 9 yellow fish, 3 green turtles, and a blade fish. The ratio would have been unbelievable if he told it to anyone else. There were only 40 pieces of bait in each box, and most people could only catch 5 fish with them. It was unimaginable that Han Fei caught 13 fish, including a blade fish, with only half a box of bait. Actually, Han Fei only wasted the bait on the blade fish and the green turtles several times. None of the yellow fish was able to escape from his hook. It was night again. Han Fei couldn't fish anymore now that his bait was used up. He started his cultivation. Just like the previous times, he was surrounded by fish that jumped to his boat now and then. At dawn, he intensely absorbed spiritual energy again, which caused a riot. So, he had another boat of fish the next morning, although no special fish came to him. After leaving a cabin of fish as his tax, Han Fei increased his spiritual energy to 1,200 points. Han Fei dared not be extravagant again. Although he had 3 more knives, he dared not forge them again, or he would be bankrupt. It was Han Fei's 3rd day on the ocean. There was still nobody around. He did not know where he was at all. On the 4th day, Han Fei's boat was already ragged after the 3 fish tides. One of the fish cabins had even been broken by a green turtle. 2 giant holes were left on one side of the boat, too. Han Fei was bailing out the water that came in through the holes at this moment. He knew that the boat couldn't survive the 5th fish tide. It was now shaking and could fall apart at any moment. In the afternoon of the 5th day, Han Fei was practicing the stick arts on the boat. After 3 days, he was even more familiar with the technique. In the meantime, he discovered that the progress of his arts required spiritual energy, too. However, since Han Fei had more than 2,000 points of spiritual energy at this moment, he couldn't care less about it. Tilting his head, he noticed quite a few boats far away. Immediately, he waved his rod and cried, "Hey! Hey! Brother! Sister! Uncle! Save me!" Han Fei roared at his loudest. "Third young master, there's someone over there." Wang Baiyu said, "I see him." "Interesting. I didn't expect to see someone fishing alone so far away. Let's go and take a look." Han Fei was excited to see them coming near. It was not easy to meet someone else on the boundless ocean. After the boats approached each other, Han Fei and Wang Baiyu looked at each other. "It's you? It's you?" Wang Baiyu was stunned. Wasn't it the boy he met on the road the other day? He only took a look at the boy because he was the one who broke the silence back. Then Han Fei was also surprised. The 3rd young master of the Wang family, who had 5 boats protecting him on his fishing trip? Wang Baiyu squinted at Han Fei's boat, which was more like a shipwreck than a boat. He was surprised that it hadn't sunk yet. Wang Baiyu said, "Brother, you're quite a fisher. You came 800 kilometers away alone?" Han Fei gasped. "Whoa. I've come that far?" Wang Baiyu was slightly surprised. "Huh? You didn't know?" Han Fei said with a helpless smile, "My boat malfunctioned and brought me to this place on its own. I've floated for 5 days on the ocean." "How many days?" Wang Baiyu's subordinates were stunned. He floated for 5 days alone without being killed? Few people in Heavenly Water Village could spend 5 days on the ocean alone and return alive. There were only 1 or 2 of them every year. Wang Baiyu immediately sensed that something was wrong. Your boat malfunctioned? That's unlikely. Our boats are propelled by natural floating stones. They will never malfunction as long as the stones are there. Before he finished, Wang Baiyu saw Han Fei raise a stone at him. Han Fei said, "Are you talking about this?" Wang Baiyu's eyes widened. Yes. But your floating stone is broken. Huh? It was cut into halves, which resulted in the disruption of power transmission. You were set up, Wang Baiyu declared without any hesitation. He then added, to destroy a floating stone, you have to be at least a peak fisher, with a good weapon. Of course, it will be easier if you are a fishing master. However, most fishing masters have better things to do. Han Fei's heart grew heavy. At least a peak fisher? When did he piss off such an expert? Was the father of someone he beat up at school, seeking revenge for his son? Suddenly, Han Fei had an idea. Was it the tigers? Li Hu did glare at him when he left the other day. Han Fei said, Brother Wang, thank God you're here, or I would probably die in the ocean. Wang Baiyu was very interested in Han Fei. He smiled warmly. How did you survive 5 days on the ocean? He looked at Han Fei's boat again. It was a miracle that such a pile of wood did not fall apart. Han Fei heaved a sigh. It's a long story. The ocean is indeed horrifying. I encountered a fish tide that almost crumbled my boat. I would have been killed if I hadn't hidden in the fish cabin. A fish tide? Wang Baiyu's subordinates grew solemn. Another fish tide had happened? Did it mean that a crisis was going on in the general fishery? Han Fei naturally wouldn't tell them that it was he who caused the fish tide. Wang Baiyu observed Han Fei and thought that a man with a blade fish knife and an iron fishing pole couldn't be too weak. Besides, Han Fei's rod also looked extraordinary. Wang Baiyu said, Brother Han, your rod seems rare. Han Fei said, it's a gift from my brother. It's only slightly better than an iron rod. I'm sure Brother Wang has much better weapons. Wang Baiyu was naturally not convinced, but he was more decent than to rob a total stranger. He looked at Han Fei's boat curiously. Huh? Brother Han, your boat is still full of fish? Han Fei said without blushing, they jumped on my boat during the fish tide. However, since my boat has been terribly damaged, I think they're barely enough to cover compensation costs. Wang Baiyu shook his head. Your boat was deliberately destroyed. Somebody will investigate it. You don't even need to pay the fish tax. However, do you have any rare fish on board? Han Fei asked, You're looking for rare fish, Brother Wang? Wang Baiyu said, Truth be told, I'm looking for rare and mysterious fish in the general fishery on this trip. Han Fei replied, I'm afraid I don't have any. I did have a ball fish during the fish tide, but I couldn't deal with its spurts. It jumped back into the ocean in the end. Wang Baiyu was obviously disappointed. Ball fish were not too rare. The Wang Baiyu had plenty of them. Han Fei asked, Brother Wang, do you purchase fish? Since my boat can't move now, I can sell my fish to you at a lower price. Wang Baiyu smiled calmly. What do you have? Han Fei counted, I have 7 knives, 6 green turtles, a small octopus, a jellyfish, 3 whelks. Some jumped onto the boat on their own, including the small octopus. The jellyfish was caught by accident. As for the whelks, they were discovered in the stomachs of the dead fish. Together, they were worth some money. Wang Baiyu was immediately shocked. You've kept 7 knives after the fish. Tied? Han Fei replied, yes. There were even tentacle lobsters, but alas, they ran loose. Right, I had a few tentacles. The lobsters left them during the fight. With the blade fish. What Han Fei offered was worth 8 mid-quality pearls. That might not sound like too many but was actually a lot. Even the descendants of a great family usually did not have so much money with them. Wang Baiyu immediately nodded his head. All right, I'll take them. However, I don't need the yellow fish and the like. If you want, I can help you bring them back. It's very easy for me. Han Fei said, I could use your help. Thank you very much. Wang Baiyu and Han Fei were not friends. He was only doing Han Fei a favor. He cleared a boat for Han Fei and asked one of his subordinates to escort Han Fei back. After Han Fei left, a subordinate asked, Third young master, why do you treat him so nicely? It was unnecessary for us to purchase those things at all. With intelligence that did not befit his age, Wang Baiyu explained, do you not feel suspicious that an intermediate fisher has an enemy who's a peak fisher or even a fishing master? Usually, people only have enemies of their own level. Besides, you really think it's possible to avoid a fish tied by hiding in the cabin? Wang Baiyu sent Han Fei away first, because he did not want Han Fei to know the real purpose of his trip. Han Fei did not want to pry into it, either. Being rescued was good enough for him. The only bad thing was that he owed the guy a favor. In the departure port, the receptionist was surprised to see Han Fei. The receptionist asked, It's been 5 days, you're still alive? Han Fei said, Sister Qin, it's a long story. My boat was deliberately damaged. Han Fei explained everything quickly. The receptionist frowned, her face cold and expressionless. She said, I'll have someone investigate it. If it's true, the supervision department will give you an answer. As Wang Baiyu said, the port did not levy fish tax on him, because Han Fei's indictment still required investigation. If it was fake, Han Fei would have to do much more than paying fish tax. If it was true, the port authorities wouldn't let go of whoever sabotaged the boat. Han Fei left the port with 7 mid-quality pearls, 6 of which were from Wang Baiyu. Han Fei's return did not catch any attention. Instead of going home or to school, Han Fei decided to increase his capabilities since Wang Baiyu mentioned that his enemy could be a peak fisher. He was not so desperate before, but it was impossible for a level 5 fisher to defeat a peak fisher who was multiple levels higher than him, if not a fishing master, whatever his weapon was. After an hour, Han Fei walked to the business area in the western port of the island, where he found a blacksmith. A brawny man with exposed arms smiled at him. Brother, what can I get you? Han Fei asked, Can you coat my rod with iron? Unlike He Xiaoyu, Han Fei did not have a fishing master father, who ensured that her bamboo rod wouldn't be looted. Although Han Fei could count on Tang Gu, he did not think that it would be easy to meet Tang Gu again after Feng Zhe took him away. The blacksmith was amazed by Han Fei's purple bamboo rod. Where did you get this rod? Wow, it's so extraordinary. Han Fei said warily, One of my seniors gave it to me, but I found it too high profile. Uncle, can you coat it or not? If not, I'll find someone else. The blacksmith said, Of course I can. But this is a great rod as it is. Your senior, a fishing master? Narrowing his eyes, Han Fei said, a little bit higher. The blacksmith lowered his voice, a peak fishing master? Han Fei asked, Uncle, are fishing masters the best experts you've seen? The blacksmith was shocked. You mean the village leader? That's impossible. The village leader doesn't have a nephew. Han Fei said, Uncle, do you really think that there is only one grand fishing master in Heavenly Water Village? Eesh. The blacksmith changed his face greatly. Some people said that the grandfather of the Wang family became a grand fishing master a long time ago. The leader of the tigers was also reaching for the level of grand fishing master. Was this boy related to them? Or were there more hidden experts in Heavenly Water Village? Han Fei said, Uncle, certain things are best left unknown, do you understand? Seeing that Han Fei was proud and confident, the blacksmith nodded. At the very least, Han Fei's look was rather convincing. The blacksmith said, I can do that. It will only take a moment. Han Fei waited for a quarter. He was quite satisfied with the rod once it was entirely blackened. Ignoring the blacksmith's puzzled looks, he disappeared into the crowd. What Han Fei did not know was that the blacksmith locked the door and left. Immediately after he left, Han Fei visited many stores before he finally left the western port and returned to the eastern port he came from. After returning to the place that he was familiar with, Han Fei finally cursed the expensive service allowed, which cost him 18 low-quality pearls. In Wang Jia's store, the manager was calculating the accounts when he saw a familiar person. Wasn't it his boss's student? Mr. Guan, what are you busy with? Mr. Guan said, I didn't expect to see you. Why, are you rich again? What would you like to buy? Han Fei asked in a low voice, Mr. Guan, is there anything better than the fish head body polishing fluid here? Mr. Guan immediately asked in surprise, better than the fish head body polishing fluid? Do you want the spirit refilling pill? Can you afford it? Han Fei was surprised that something was indeed available. He asked interestedly, Mr. Guan, I've earned some money. How much is the spirit refilling pill? Mr. Guan said, the spirit refilling pill can quickly refill 300 points of spiritual energy. It's mainly sold to the peak fishermen. Why do you want it? Besides, every pill costs 2 mid-quality pearls. Can you afford it? Han Fei was rather shocked. 2 mid-quality pearls for 300 points of spiritual energy? That was too expensive. However, Han Fei still asked, Mr. Guan, how fast can the spirit refilling pill refill spiritual energy? It's rather expensive. Mr. Guan smiled. It only takes 10 seconds. 2 mid-quality pearls is actually a fair price. Han Fei chuckled. Mr. Guan, is there anything better? Do you have anything that can nurture the veins or increase spiritual energy? You're quite a dreamer, aren't you? Even if they are available in my store, they will be reserved by my boss. There's a bottle of iron fish body polishing fluid that is of no use to my boss anymore. I can sell it for 6 mid-quality pearls, since you're my boss's student. Han Fei's eyes glittered. Mr. Guan, I would like that. He took 6 shiny mid-quality pearls from his pocket. Mr. Guan was immediately shocked. You're just a student. Where did you get the money? Without thinking, Han Fei said, my brother gave it to me. My brother was recruited by the angel as a disciple for his level 7 spiritual heritage. He gave you a couple of mid-quality pearls. Ah. Tanggu is your brother? Han Fei asked. Mr. Guan, do you know my brother? Mr. Guan said, of course. Who in Heavenly Water Village doesn't know Tanggu? His spiritual heritage is too good even for the town. Wait, if you are his brother, why don't you ask him for it instead of buying it in my store? Han Fei pretended to smile bitterly. I wouldn't buy it if I could meet him. Angel Fengzai has been keeping him busy. With the fishing trial coming, I can't waste all my time waiting. Mr. Guan nodded. It does make sense. Since you are Tang Ji's brother, I'll give you a 10% discount on this bottle of iron fish body polishing fluid. Han Fei said, wow. Thank you, Mr. Guan. Mr. Guan looked at Han Fei thoughtfully and said, I know that you are eager in cultivation, but you must not be anxious. The iron fish body polishing fluid is designed for peak fishermen. You'd better not try it until you're level 6 and not use too much at once. Also, you must not make a breakthrough with the iron fish body polishing fluid. It's a medication for cultivation, not for breakthroughs. Han Fei said, got it. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Guan. I would like to buy another 2 bottles of fish head body polishing fluid. Han Fei felt like weeping after he left the store. Training was truly costly. He thought he was rich just now, but in the blink of an eye, he had only 42 low-quality pearls left, which were not even enough to buy a knife. However, Han Fei was much more relaxed now that his money had been spent. He bought 2 big whelks, 10 clams, and several kinds of sauces. In the end, he had only 6 low-quality pearls left. Han Fei mumbled all the way home. If it weren't for Tang Ji's celebration, he wouldn't buy anything so expensive as big whelks. 2 of them cost 24 low-quality pearls. His heart was bleeding. They're just big whelks. I can catch several hundred of them later and make a fortune with them. They're everywhere at the bottom of the ocean. While Han Fei muttered to himself and approached his home, he saw several people at the gate of his house from far away. As he approached, Han Fei saw that a few gangsters were having clams in his yard. His face immediately turned grim. Hey! Brother gang, that guy is back. Pa! The fatty threw the shells to the ground heavily. Brat, do you know that I came for you yesterday? Where is the protection fee that I asked? Han Fei shivered in fury. I was on the brink of death several times, and when I finally come home, you're eating my food. Is it fair? Han Fei grinned coldly, 5 low-quality pearls for each clam. I'll let you go if you give me the money, or I'll beat you until you pay for them. The fatty and his lackeys were dazed. Then, they burst into laughter. Brother gang, did he just ask us for money? Brother gang, this guy is crazy. Is he threatening us? With a wicked smile, the fatty bared his teeth and chuckled. Brat, did my ears just deceive me, or was your brain damaged by an ironhead fish? You're threatening your brother gang? Dong. Han Fei was much more confident now. The guy might be a level 7 fisher, so what? It was not such a challenge after he killed a sea dragon. Han Fei drew his purple bamboo rod and declared, do you want to spill your blood in my place? Huh? Brother gang and his people were about to mock Han Fei again when the purple bamboo rod glowed in Han Fei's hand. Brother gang changed his face. Brat, you're truly bold. Brothers, take him down. I'll kill you. Han Fei jumped and struck with the purple bamboo rod heavily. You think I'm too old to wield a rod? Before Brother Gang realized what was going on, one of his level 5 subordinates had already been hit. The man cried, holding his shoulder, "Ah! My arm is broken. Brother Gang, my arm is broken." Brother Gang burst into fury. "Are you asking to be killed?" All of them picked up their rods. How could they be defeated by a child who was terribly outnumbered? Clang! 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 Han Fei had 159 points of basic spiritual energy and a storage of more than 3,000 points. What could he possibly be scared of? "I'm going to kill this fatty." Bam! One of the gangsters filled his body with spiritual energy and tried to take Han Fei's attack the hard way. However, after a crack, the man fell on the ground and vomited blood. Brother Gang became alarmed. Not good. This boy is at the peak of level 6. Let me. The fatty slashed an iron rod at Han Fei. Outside of his expectations, Han Fei felt that his arm was numb. His face slightly changed. Was the guy a level 7 fisher? Brother Gang was also stunned. "You're rather strong, but you don't know how good a level 7 expert is at all." Sweeping flash stick. Instantly, a snake belt seemed to be slithering on the fatty. Next moment, the fatty's combat ability significantly increased. His speed was twice as high. Han Fei was shocked. How could a man so fat be so fast? Clang! 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 Bam! Han Fei was forced to step back for the first time. Although he felt that he was no weaker than the fatty, he could not bear the fatty's 6 consecutive attacks at the same time. Cough. Han Fei's arm was numb, and blood flowed on his lips. Brother Gang sneered, "Level 7 experts can loot the power of demonic fish. You think I do not have any power? Boy, kneel and submit all your belongings." "Fine, since you do not have any belongings, give this yard to me, and I will spare you." Han Fei took a deep breath. He still had his recovery ability, although it was much weaker than previously. He grinned. Is it the only thing that level 7 experts are capable of? How weak are you? Aha! Infinite spiritual energy surged out from Han Fei. Both he and his rod glowed as he leaped and smashed again. Clang! Brother Gang said, "Boy, you are killing yourself. You're only a level 6 fisher. Filling your body with spiritual energy alone will cost 1/3 of your spiritual energy. How many more times can you strike?" Han Fei said, "You really talk too much." Clang! 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 Han Fei smashed at him 6 times crazily without stopping. He was hit once in return, which made his chest hurt. The fatty breathed heavily. His previous attacks only caused a minor injury to Han Fei, but the boy went crazy and struck another couple of times. How much spiritual energy did the boy have? Han Fei did not stop there. He swept, and the spiritual energy spread out in ripples. Dum. 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 Pooh. The rods collided thunderously. Brother Gang vomited blood and lost control of his iron rod. His eyes were full of disbelief. How was it possible? How many times had the boy struck while filling his body with spiritual energy? It must have cost more than 200 points of spiritual energy. Bam! Han Fei dispersed his spiritual energy and whipped the fatty. All the other gangsters were stunned. Had Brother Gang been defeated? Han Fei squatted before Brother Gang and grinned. Do you still collect protection fee from me? Sweating hard, Brother Gang said, it's a misunderstanding. Brother, it's totally a misunderstanding. Bam. 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 Han Fei bashed Brother Gang 3 times and knocked him to the ground. A misunderstanding? Are you sure it's a misunderstanding? Brother Gang grimaced in pain but dared not fight back. Brother, I can compensate you. I guarantee that I won't look for you for trouble anymore. Bam. 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 Han Fei yelled, who's your brother? Brother Gang said, Master Han. Please forgive me, Master Han. Bam. 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 Brother Gang trembled. Why are you still beating me? I will be crippled if you don't stop. Brother Gang begged for mercy. Master, please spare me. I can give you my girlfriend. Han Fei did not know what to say. Bam. Gloomily, Han Fei said, leave your money and your iron rod here and get lost. Brother Gang wept. How could he have imagined this happening? Why did the guy pretend to be so weak a few days ago? Brother Gang said, Master, I only have an iron rod. Here you are. Please. Don't point it at me. I'm scared. Han Fei said, I've wasted too much spiritual energy on you. Your iron rod is not nearly enough to compensate for my loss. You'd better get as far away as possible. Yes, of course. Why are you still here? Go. Han Fei was secretly surprised when the fatty rose and ran agilely. Was it the power of the demonic fish that he mentioned? If the fatty had stored enough spiritual energy, the result of the battle could have been different. His weird power doubled his strength. Han Fei only defeated him because he had much more spiritual energy than his enemy did. No, I underestimated the advanced fishermen. They are called advanced for a reason. The fatty was defeated by me because of insufficient spiritual energy. What if he were a level 8 fisher? For the second time, Han Fei felt that he had been improving too slowly. Even a gangster could reach level 7. How many such people were out there in this world where everybody cultivated? He was only a Mr. Nobody, and he had to work hard to change that. Han Fei entered the room and saw a note on the table left by Tango. I won't be back for the time being. There's something in that place, you know. I'll see you at the fishing trial. Han Fei shredded the note and reached the back of the house. Behind the house was a cliff, with a trail less than half a meter wide. An iron chain was hanging on the trail. Han Fei grabbed the chain and descended carefully for about 10 meters. Then, an inconspicuous cave whose entrance was covered by bushes lay before his eyes. The cave had existed before the house was built. Every time Tango found anything good, he would hide it in the cave instead of the house in case it was stolen. The cave was 4 meters deep and 3 meters wide. There was a small bed and a stone tank where dozens of clams were kept. On the bed, Han Fei saw a small package. Han Fei gasped after he opened it. 2 mid-quality pearls rolled out first. They were probably all the money that Tango had. Besides the 2 mid-quality pearls, there were also 2 books, an iron box, and a bottle. Han Fei gasped again, because the covers of the 2 books said swimming art and mystic body technique. After only a quick glance, Han Fei already knew why. They were important. Most fishermen in Heavenly Water Village practiced stick arts. Even if there were books about other arts in the school library, there couldn't be too many. Whatever the two books were about, they couldn't be any worse than sweeping stick. Huh? A spirit refilling pill? Han Fei picked up the bottle and smiled. He said to himself, I do have a good brother. The spirit refilling pill was very precious. Each of them cost 2 mid-quality pearls at Wang Jia's shop. Now, he had a whole bottle of them. Although he could have 50 yellow fish for the same amount of spiritual energy, it would take him a couple of days on the ocean. With the 10 spirit refilling pills, he could get 3,000 points of spiritual energy easily. He opened the iron box, and the cave was immediately filled with fragrance. Han Fei's eyes widened. Was it crimson sea fruit? Han Fei was certain that it was not a purple bamboo fruit, although its aroma was also entering his body through his skin. Han Fei's heart pounded. Was it a fruit on the same level as the purple bamboo fruit? He stared at it, only to see no data. Did such a treasure have no data representation? Even so, Han Fei was still excited. The purple bamboo fruit had changed the demon purification pot and given him 1,000 points of spiritual energy. He did not expect Tang Gu to leave a treasure as good as that to him. Han Fei closed the box in a hurry. He could not take it recklessly. Back at the bottom of the ocean, the spiritual energy in the fruit was so overwhelming that his body overheated. It was certainly not a good feeling. Han Fei held back his urge to swallow the fruit and turned to the two books. Swimming art? Han Fei was slightly surprised. It was a book that taught how to swim fast. It was not exactly a technique. Han Fei learned from the book that ordinary people could only hold 100 breaths, and only the grand fishing masters could hold 1,000 breaths at the bottom of the ocean. He spent half an hour in the ocean, which was more than 1,000 breaths. Did a breath denote a different time length in this world? Han Fei did not think too much. Swimming art was quite useful after all. If he had known it better, he wouldn't have been so devastated in the ocean. After reading it carefully, Han Fei suddenly had a strange feeling. Huh? Why do I remember it so clearly? Han Fei looked at the list of arts on the demon purification pot. Existing battle techniques. Existing arts, swimming art, mortal level, high quality. Note, it's a mediocre, generic swimming technique based on multiple other swimming techniques. To infer the ultimate technique, you need to spend 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Superseding art, wandering dragon art. Progress, 0/1000. Han Fei was excited. Could battle techniques be inferred, too? While 1,000 points of spiritual energy was a lot, such a life-saving method was definitely worth it. Han Fei said, infer it. Spiritual energy surged out, and swimming art changed. Existing arts, wandering dragon art, mortal level, divine quality. Note, it simulates the movement of unpredictable fish and dragons with spiritual energy. Han Fei was interested. Could all arts and battle techniques be inferred to higher levels? Also, the results were all divine quality. However, what quality was divine quality exactly? He Xiaoyu said that above. High quality was ultra quality, and nothing was above ultra quality. It was obviously incorrect. Neither He Xiaoyu nor her father had access to the levels above ultra quality. I'll practice the technique when I go to the ocean next time, well, or maybe when I surpass the peak of level 6. Wandering dragon art could not be put to use immediately. Han Fei turned to Mystic Body Technique, the other book. After Han Fei read it carefully, the upgrade requirement for Mystic Body Technique popped up in his head. Existing arts, Mystic Body Technique, Mortal Level, High Quality. Note, this body conditioning art can fortify and harden the major acupuncture points over the body to stop spiritual energy from leaking. Drawback, the foundation can be ruined when the major acupuncture points are hardened. Superseding arts, incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning. Progress, 0/2, 200. Eesh. Han Fei gasped that it required 2,200 points of spiritual energy to infer the book. He also sweated when he saw the drawback in the system. The foundation would be damaged? That would definitely hinder future advancement. Tenga couldn't have tried to harm him, so he might be unaware of the drawback. It would be terrible if he practiced the technique. Han Fei decided to remind him next time they met. Han Fei couldn't feel more awful. 2,200 points of spiritual energy? Are you robbing me? Could you be better than Boyd fishing? Fine. Stuff inferred with so much spiritual energy can't be anything bad. Han Fei said, infer it. Spiritual energy surged out again, and the interface changed. Existing arts, incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning, mortal level, divine quality. Note, every human has 108 acupuncture points, and 36 of them are critical. This art can seal the critical acupuncture points and keep natural spiritual energy inside. Drawback, the following arts cannot be inferred unless corresponding body conditioning arts are found. Han Fei was delighted. It was a great deal. He did not know that there were so many critical acupuncture points on the body. If he could repair them, he would definitely be sturdier than most people. At the very least, he wouldn't worry about being ambushed. However, when he saw that he had only 142 points of spiritual energy left, Han Fei felt awful. Upgrading a random technique had cost him thousands of points of spiritual energy. What could he do if he had more techniques in the future? Han Fei shook the idea out of his head. He was in desperate need of strengthening his body, and Tang Ji's help couldn't be more timely. Han Fei studied the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing, which contained 108 stances. He immediately stood straight in a weird posture. His face changed after the first movement as he felt that his muscles tightened and stretched. The second. The third. By the time Han Fei reached the 8th stance, he breathed so heavily that he could barely continue. It was much more difficult than he had expected. Han Fei sat on the ground, sweating hard. Right then, Han Fei heard voices coming from above. "Brother, this is the place. That brat lives here." Han Fei grew alarmed. It was the fatty brother gang's voice. Bam! The gate was kicked open. Then, someone asked indifferently, "Where is he?" Brother gang said, "Huh? He was here just now. Where could he possibly run to?" The indifferent person said, "A gang, did the boy really defeat you with the strength of level 6? Brother gang said, "Brother Dong, it's true. That guy seemed to have infinite spiritual energy. He struck dozens of times, but did not even need to catch his breath." The guy called Brother Dong remarked after a brief silence, "Interesting. A gang, order someone to watch the place. This guy must have a treasure with him. It's up to you whether or not we can obtain it." The voices were gone. Han Fei's heart became heavy. He shouldn't have been so gentle. The fatty did not learn his lesson at all. Han Fei knew better than to come out and fight the people above. The man named Brother Dong was at least a level 8 fisher, or the fatty wouldn't have been so obedient. Fatty, you're good, I'll remember you now. Han Fei held back his rage. They did not know that he was a level 5 fisher. Or more people would have come. It was unbelievable that a level 5 fisher defeated a level 7 fisher who absorbed the power of a demonic fish. Han Fei gritted his teeth and drank a bottle of fish head body polishing fluid. He had to speed up his cultivation. Immediately, Han Fei felt that he was full of power. The next 6 hours were critical for him. Han Fei resumed his cultivation. Although his muscles still ached because of the stretching, Han Fei was able to persist with the infinite power in his body. Han Fei was covered in sweat by the time he completed 36 movements. He seemed to have just been picked up from the ocean when he completed 72 movements. After he completed 108 movements, Han Fei's muscles cramped, and he fell on the ground in pain. Damn it. My whole body is spasming. What kind of body conditioning technique is this? Han Fei meant to pass out, but his brain was highly active with the tonic. It was not until 10 minutes later that Han Fei's spasm was finally over. Hu. Han Fei breathed heavily on the ground. This art was too horrifying. When Han Fei looked at the demon purification pot, he was astounded. Owner, Han Fei. Level 5, Intermediate Fisher. Spiritual Energy, 398, 167. Spiritual Heritage, Level 1, High Quality, Upgradable. Weapon, Purple Bamboo Rod. Main Art, Void Fishing, Chapter 1, Hook Kiss, Mortal Level, Divine Quality. Whoa. My capacity of spiritual energy has been increased by 8 points. After I only practiced it once. This is amazing. Han Fei was stunned. It only increased by 1 point after he had a bowl of swallowed spirit soup, but 8 had been added after he practiced the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning once. In the day, Han Fei practiced the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body polishing. At night, Han Fei practiced void fishing and drew natural spiritual energy into his body. After only 1 day, Han Fei felt that he could advance to level 6. He sensed an obstacle that he could jump over easily. But Han Fei didn't. According to He Xiaoyu, one could go deeper into every phrase. Some talented people could defeat enemies above their level exactly because of their solid foundation. Since he only had level 1 spiritual heritage, if his foundation was not good enough, his future development would definitely be affected. Han Fei ran out of the fish head body polishing fluid on the 2nd day. He sipped the iron fish body polishing fluid and immediately blushed. It was much stronger than the fish head body polishing fluid. Han Fei felt like that his body was about to explode. Han Fei immediately practiced the 108 stances. After he practiced them 3 times in a row, the redness on Han Fei's face was finally gone. Han Fei looked at the demon purification pot. Owner, Han Fei. Level 5, Intermediate Fisher. Spiritual Energy, 506, 189. Spiritual Heritage, Level 1, High Quality. Weapon, Purple Bamboo Rod. Main Art, Void Fishing, Chapter 1, Hook Kiss, Mortal Level, Divine Quality. 189? Han Fei grinned. This art that cost 2,200 points of spiritual energy was definitely worth it. He had achieved more in 3 days than other people. could in 3 months. He had a feeling that he could crush Brother Gang with only 3 hits right. Now, not only had Han Fei's capacity for spiritual energy increased, but his body was also strengthened every time he completed the cycle of 108 stances. Some impurities had even been discharged. Han Fei even sensed that if he practiced it longer, it could even boost the growth of his spiritual heritage and save the upgrade cost of 1,000 points. Although the impurities discharged were not as many as last time, they were still a lot. After they were eliminated, Han Fei looked much healthier. After practicing the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning, again, Han Fei realized that it could not improve the upper bound of his spiritual energy anymore. Suddenly, Han Fei's expression changed. Not good, I can't hold back now. Han Fei had such a strong thirst for spiritual energy that he felt like a dry desert that was in need of rain. He immediately sat cross-legged and activated buoyed fishing with the spirit refilling pill laid before him. Night gradually fell. A fatty approached Han Fei's house. Brother Gang, you're here? Brother Gang asked, is the boy still not back? His lackey shook his head. No. He seems to have disappeared. Right. Level 6 little girl just dropped by. She left since the door was not answered. Pa. Brother Gang slapped his lackey's head. Are you an idiot? Why didn't you catch the girl? She must be the boy's friend. Feeling wronged, his lackey said, Brother Gang, we tried to, but we couldn't. The girl had a bamboo rod. She smashed ergo to the ground when he approached her. She's not a simple girl at all. A bamboo rod? She smashed ergo to the ground? Brother Gang changed his face. She's impressive for her age. A bamboo rod. Does she have a fishing master parent? Suddenly, Brother Gang asked confusedly, Hey, do you feel that the spiritual energy here seems more intense than before? His lackey said, Hasn't it always been this? Pa. Brother Gang slapped his head again. You're both stupid and insensitive. However, the change of spiritual energy is indeed not very significant. It's probably because the natural spiritual energy is particularly intense. Tonight, wily-eyed Brother Gang and his lackey were chit-chatting. Han Fei was having the sugar bean. The 500 points of spiritual energy that he gathered naturally had been used up during his breakthrough. Incessant spiritual energy was entering his body, and he had a spirit refilling pill in his mouth, but to Han Fei's surprise, his spiritual energy was used up again after only a minute. Han Fei was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why does the breakthrough to level 6 require so much spiritual energy? Didn't they say that the breakthrough to level 7 was the real challenge? It was truly easy to break the obstacle to level 6. The only unbearable part for him was that the spiritual energy required for the breakthrough was too enormous. After taking 3 spirit refilling pills in a row, Han Fei finally realized that it couldn't help. Also, it was a waste to use spirit refilling pill in a breakthrough. They could save his life in a crisis. What could he do if he used them up right now? Han Fei turned to the iron box. Did he have to take it? Let's do it. Han Fei made a decision after only brief hesitation. Judging from the speed of consumption, even the 10 spirit refilling pills wouldn't be enough. Han Fei swallowed the fragrant fruit and immediately trembled. The spiritual energy from the fruit passed through his body. With enough supply of spiritual energy, Han Fei reached level 6 within 10 seconds. The calabash on his wrist flashed as if it were breathing. Same as last time, Han Fei's body was soon burning up. Since he was not in water this time, sweat was pouring out. Had it not been for the demon purification pot that was absorbing the spiritual energy of the fruit, he would have exploded. However, Han Fei could sense that his power was rising. His bones were itching, and his bone marrow was flowing. He speculated that the fruit was improving his body hardware, but the itchy feeling did not last. The fruit did not seem good enough. The process lasted about 5 minutes, before he digested the rarely seen fruit. Han Fei did not feel sorry at all. He was a level 6 now, and one of the better level 6s. He immediately looked at the demon purification pot. Owner, Han Fei. Level 6, Intermediate Fisher. Spiritual Energy, 2308, 219. Spiritual Heritage, Level 2, Low Quality, Upgradable. Weapon, Purple Bamboo Rod. Main Art, Void Fishing, Chapter 1, Hook Kiss, Mortal Level, Divine Quality. Han Fei immediately gasped. The capacity for his spiritual energy had increased by 30 points. Could a level 8 fisher have so much spiritual energy? Han Fei suspected that his capacity for spiritual energy was beyond comprehension. More importantly, his spiritual heritage had changed from level 1, high quality, to level 2, low quality. It was a leap across levels, thanks to the 2 fruits he had. Han Fei even sensed that his spiritual heritage could further improve if he had more such fruits. However, after checking the upgrade requirement for his spiritual heritage, he discovered that the 1,000 points of spiritual energy had turned into 10,000 points. Are you kidding me? Why is it 10,000 now? Han Fei was lost for words. However, on second thought, he realized that when he met the current requirement, his spiritual heritage would probably rise to level 3. Han Fei stood up, feeling that he was filled with power. He was certain that he could beat Brother Gang to the ground with one hit right now. Who? Level 6 is already so good, what about level 7? Can I kill Brother Gang with a slap when I am in level 7? Han Fei thought for a moment. Was Brother Gang not strong? He certainly was. How could a level 7 fisher who had absorbed the power of a demonic fish be weak? 3 days ago, Han Fei only defeated the enemy with his storage of spiritual energy. Han Fei cleaned the environment. He put away the 7 spirit refilling pills and left the 2 books of battle techniques there. It was a pity that the demon purification pot did not change greatly this time, but the requirement for the function of Forge the Universe had changed from 10,000 points to 5,000 points. Han Fei concluded that the fruit contained almost 10,000 points of spiritual energy. It was truly impressive. Not far away from Han Fei's house, Brother Gang asked, "Do you smell anything? It's rather fragrant." His lackey said, "Ah. No, I don't think so, Brother Gang." "Pa." Brother Gang said, "Can you agree with me just once? Stay here." Han Fei stood in a dark corner, grinning coldly. Brother Gang walked back, ready to go home. He mumbled, "Brat, you'd better not let me see you, or I will surely kill you." "Who are you going to kill?" Han Fei appeared, a piece of black cloth covering his face. He had a feeling that he was no longer useless. Brother Gang, taken aback, turned around and looked at Han Fei fearfully. Where have you been hiding?" Brother Gang quickly set off a firecracker signal. Then, he demanded nervously, with his iron rod. Boy, you'd better run immediately, or you won't be able to. When my level 8 expert arrives. Han Fei asked, you can recognize me on such a late night? Brother Gang rolled his eyes. You think I'm blind? What kid would appear in this place so late at night? Taking a deep breath, Brother Gang said, it's unwise to fight me. Ouch. Before he finished, Brother Gang saw that Han Fei had jumped at him and smashed his purple bamboo rod down, not giving him any time to react. Brother Gang hurried to raise his iron rod to block it. Clang. Brother Gang was flung away. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his arms were instantly broken. His iron rod was also deformed. Ah! Spare me. Brother Gang peed his pants. The boy was too horrifying. He had knocked him out with only one hit. At that moment, Brother Gang felt that an adult iron head fish crashed into him. He could not feel his arms anymore, and his internal organs were shivering. He felt like he was dying. At this life and death moment, Brother Gang quickly dropped his pride and begged for mercy. Street fights were forbidden on the floating island, not to mention killing. Han Fei did not intend to kill him either. He simply pointed his purple bamboo rod at Brother Gang. Give me your money. Brother Gang was confused. You're still in the mood for robbery? Brother Gang said, Master, my hands are broken. Han Fei said, I'll take it on my own. Han Fei groped for a while and found a wallet, which contained a dozen low-quality pearls, and a bag of sunflower seeds, which were very cheap. Han Fei declared meanly, you are truly poor. Do not let me see you again, or I will beat you up once more. He ran off immediately, because he saw someone coming toward them from far away. After a minute, Brother Gang's lackeys arrived. One of the lackeys asked, Brother Gang, what's up? Are you all right? Brother Gang cursed, my hands are broken. Don't touch me. Ouch, inform Brother Dong now. Brother Gang made up his mind not to come to this place again. A 12-year-old boy had knocked him down with one hit? Was he in level 7? But even so, the boy was still unreasonably strong. After about an hour, a middle-aged man in black came. Brother Gang wailed the moment he saw the man. Brother Gang, help me, Brother Gang. My hands are broken. I've suffered severe internal injuries. Li Dong was in a foul mood after being woken up in the middle of the night. He frowned at Brother Gang. What happened? Brother Gang wept. Brother Dong, it was the boy you asked us to watch. He appeared out of nowhere and knocked me down with one hit. Brother Dong, you must settle the score for me. Li Dong was slightly surprised. He had little respect for Li Gang, but the guy was a level 7 fisher after all. If his enemy had crushed Li Gang like this, and even bent an iron rod, his enemy's combat ability was at least in level 8. In that case, even Li Dong couldn't finish him easily. Li Dong asked, are you sure it was him? Brother Gang said, absolutely. Although the boy covered his face, I could recognize a 12-year-old boy. Li Dong furrowed his eyebrow. Was there a 12-year-old level 8 fisher in Heavenly Water Village? If so, wasn't he a genius? Li Dong summoned one of his subordinates. Bring the manager of this area to me. I remember it's Zhang Han. Zhang Han arrived a moment later in untidy clothes. Zhang Han was rather angry that his good sleep was interrupted. If it weren't for them being from the tigers, he would have thrown them off the island. However, when Zhang Han saw Li Dong, he greeted respectfully, Brother Dong. What's happened here? Then, Zhang Han looked at Brother Gang in surprise. Hey, it's you, eh Gang? Did someone beat you up? Brother Gang had shown little respect to Zhang Han with the tigers at his back. He did not feel good about Zhang Han's teasing, but he dared not argue. Li Dong asked, who's living in that house? A 12-year-old boy? What's his strength and background? Seeing that Li Dong was pointing at Han Fei's house, Zhang Han chuckled. Brother Dong, don't you see how ragged the house is? A useless guy named Han Fei lives there. He's only a level 2 fisher. Zhang Han secretly laughed. It was true that the boy was useless, but he had a tough brother who had been recruited by the angel as a disciple. Even Zhang Han dared not make trouble for Han Fei anymore. Li Dong sniffed at Zhang Han's casualness. Zhang Han, are the tigers not worth any respect now? Stop messing with me. Zhang Han said, of course you are. I have always respected the tigers. However, I don't think you should piss off the people living in this house. Han Fei is useless, but his brother is the angel's disciple. Do you understand? The angel's disciple? Li Dong immediately changed his face. The angel, as an expert from the city, could destroy the tigers single-handedly. Zhang Han secretly chuckled and continued, Brother Gang, Han Fei couldn't have hurt a Gang, but Tang Ge is probably a level 8 fisher now. A Gang should be grateful that he's still alive. If Tang Ge intended to kill him, he would have been dead. Would anyone demand the angel for an explanation? Zhang Han thought that it was definitely done by Tang Ge. Only Tang Ge was capable of crippling the fatty with one hit. Li Dong gasped hard and realized that he was in serious trouble. Everybody in Heavenly Water Village knew Tang Ge now. Pissing off Tang Ge meant pissing off the angel, and pissing off the angel meant suicide. Brother Gang was also dumbfounded. Tang Ge? Tang Ge had been living in this **thole? He trembled hard. He thought he was screwed. Was the masked man not the boy he knew, but his brother? But it didn't make sense. He could tell that it was Han Fei's voice. The tigers were busy for the rest of the night. Li Gang was tied up at the gate of the headquarters of the tigers as a gesture of apology. Li Ju, the leader of the tigers, tried to pull his strings and apologize to the angel. He even came to the village leader, only to be refused without thinking because the village leader did not want to get involved. The Wang family gloated. A lot of people thought that the tigers were doomed, including Li Ju himself. He even asked his subordinates to escort Li Hu to the ocean to wait out the crisis. As for himself, he couldn't leave, or the tigers would be doomed if the angel came to ask for trouble. As a matter of fact, Feng Zhe did not know about the incident at all, and neither did Tang Ge. The culprit behind the whole thing was having shrimp dumplings in a stand before the school and complaining about how awful they tasted. The school gate was rather lively in the morning. Many students were coming for classes. Hey, Han Fei! Suddenly, a delightful voice carried over. Han Fei raised his head. It was He Xiaoyu. Han Fei said, Hey! He Xiaoyu, the shrimp dumplings in this diner are awful. Do you want any? You are giving them to me because they're awful? Amused, He Xiaoyu grabbed Han Fei's ears and shouted, You're still in the mood for food? Where the hell have you been? Everybody in the school is worried that Tang Ge will go crazy if you're dead. Han Fei said, Hey, hey, hey. Can you be a little gentler, or nobody will marry you in the future? Who says that I'm dead? I only took a tour on the ocean. He Xiaoyu said, a tour? Do you know how many boats were sent to search for you? Even my father was depressed. Han Fei knew that the school searched for him only because they were worried that Tengu would blame them. Han Fei said, my boat was broken. I floated on the ocean for 5 days and 5 nights. Did anyone really come for me? Fine, if you're not interested in them, let's go to school. He Xiaoyu said anxiously, how could your boat be broken? Come to the teachers with me. Before He Xiaoyu finished the last shrimp dumpling, He Xiaoyu had already dragged him into school. On their way, people exclaimed now and then. Wasn't Han Fei dead on the ocean? Huh? Han Fei is still alive? That's not right. This guy was missing for more than a week. Why is he here again? Han Fei must be in a relationship with He Xiaoyu. There's definitely something between them. Pa. Blushing, He Xiaoyu stuck the bamboo rod into the ground and scolded, what are you talking about? I'll beat you up if you don't shut up. He Xiaoyu certainly had a violent tendency, or she wouldn't be carrying this bamboo rod all the time. However, the girl was only violent when she was angry. Han Fei seemed even more violent than she was. Han Fei asked, He Xiaoyu, aren't we supposed to go to class? He Xiaoyu said, what class? We're graduating soon. We have to go to the teachers and tell them that you're back. On their way, He Xiaoyu reminded him that the fishing trial, which was held once every 3 years, would start soon. All the teachers were busy offering the students guidance on how to survive and succeed in the trial. Wang Jia was about to teach life-saving methods to a group of students, when He Xiaoyu came in with Han Fei. Wang Jia was bewildered. Han Fei, you're not dead? Han Fei replied, Sir, I've returned safely. Pa. Wang Jia slapped Han Fei's head. You're really a troublemaker. Everybody thought you died on the ocean. Do you know how many boats the school sent to search for you? Han Fei rubbed his head speechlessly. Sir, I didn't want it either. Someone damaged my boat. I wandered for 5 days, 800 kilometers away in the general fishery. Wang Jia asked solemnly, huh? What happened? Wang Jia despised Han Fei before, but Han Fei did make a breakthrough when the test was drawing near, so he thought more highly of Han Fei now. He certainly wouldn't want anyone to set up his student. His students could die in accidents, but not in schemes. After Han Fei told him everything, Wang Jia frowned. You mean a fisher higher than level 9, or even a fishing master, tried to kill you? Han Fei said, Master, the port is already investigating it. He Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. A fishing master tried to kill you? Did they even need to try? They could have killed you with a slap. Suddenly, Wang Jia stepped back and observed Han Fei. While He Xiaoyu and Han Fei were confused, Wang Jia patted Han Fei's shoulder. Han Fei knew that Wang Jia had seen through his strength. It was another test. Ouch. That hurts. Why did you hit me, sir? Wang Jia, however, ignored him and stared at Han Fei weirdly. When did you reach level 6? Wang Jia found it incomprehensible. I can understand if you reach a higher level every month, or even every half month, but you stagnated for 4 years. And reached level 6 from level 2 in only half a month. Is Tengu capable of that? Suddenly, Wang Jia felt that he should ask Han Fei to do another spiritual heritage test. He did not believe that Han Fei had such talent. As if he knew what was on Wang Jia's mind, Han Fei said in a hurry, "Sir, no need to feel surprised. I had a spiritual fruit that my brother gave to me. And I soared to level 6 from level 4. Who?" Both Wang Jia and He Xiaoyu were relieved. That explained how fast his advancement was. Then, Wang Jia glared at Han Fei with his eyes full of fury. A spiritual fruit? A spiritual fruit only upgraded you by 2 levels? You are truly useless. That's a spiritual fruit. Wang Jia was lost for words. Even he did not have any spiritual fruit yet. It was a waste that Han Fei could not absorb the power of the spiritual fruit. Wang Jia did not want to talk to Han Fei anymore. His eyes reddened with jealousy. He Xiaoyu, however, pulled Han Fei and asked enviously, "Han Fei, how does the spiritual fruit taste? Did you just advance after you took it?" Han Fei looked at He Xiaoyu pitifully. "You may have a fishing master father. But so what? He can't pick any spiritual fruit, can he?" Han Fei said casually, "It was nothing. After I took it, my body burned and my veins bulged. Spiritual energy overflowed from my body. When I cultivated myself in the meantime, I heard the cracks of obstacles being broken." "Pa." Wang Jia slapped Han Fei's head again. "Overflow? Cracks? I'm already drooling. Just listening to you." Wang Jia sniffed. "Go to the fishing trial class now. Everyone has to be present." He Xiaoyu hurried to drag Han Fei away. She could tell that even she would probably be hit if they stayed any longer, because Wang Jia's eyes were already red. Soon after they left, He Xiaoyu asked in a low voice, "Han Fei, are we going to fight other people today?" Han Fei turned around to her in surprise. "I don't think that's appropriate. Is it? If I cause trouble the moment I come back, won't I be kicked out?" He Xiaoyu said, "There's nothing to be scared of. I'm very close to level 7 now, and I think I can make it with a dozen bowls of swallowed spirit soup and a bottle of fish head body polishing fluid. I can lend you my bamboo rod." Han Fei understood everything. Although the girl vomited last time, she had certainly benefited a lot from it, or she wouldn't be encouraging him now. However, Han Fei was also tempted himself. Although the swallowed spirit soup was of little use to him anymore, he could still increase his spiritual energy by taking dozens of bowls of them. They immediately made a deal that they would duel with other people when the class was over. It was Han Fei's first class. Nobody was willing to sit next to him. He Xiaoyu, as his temporary ally, sat there to show her support. However, Wang Jia said gloomily immediately after he came in, "Do not sit next to each other. You are too little for relationships." Immediately, everybody looked at Han Fei and He Xiaoyu. Blushing, He Xiaoyu said angrily, "I'm not in a relationship." Han Fei opened his hands helplessly. "Me neither. Everything between us is innocent." Innocent? The moment he mentioned it, everybody looked at Han Fei weirdly, wondering when Han Fei became so shameless. The class began. Wang Jia spoke, "You must be familiar with the fishing trial by now. I'll skip the specific details. All I want to stress is that you must not overestimate yourself. You know how many students are killed by the fish every year? 10% of them die, and 50% of them are injured." Wang Jia talked a lot. Han Fei had never heard it before, so he was rather interested. The fishing trial was just a way to select excellent talents through fishing. Only by passing the trial could one awaken their naturally endowed spiritual beast. When everybody imagined their success, He Xiaoyu said to Han Fei in a low voice, "The spiritual beast is very awesome, so the higher your rank is, the better. If you are the first place, more power will be at your disposal when you awaken the spiritual beast, and your spiritual beast will be stronger." After the lecture, Han Fei and He Xiaoyu went to class 1, each holding a stick. He Xiaoyu looked at Han Fei's weapon curiously. "Your iron rod looks weird. My father said that fancy-looking weapons are useless." Han Fei said to himself, "There's a lot of things that your father doesn't know," but he did not say it aloud and changed the topic quickly. Han Fei asked, "Why are only 1,000 people allowed to awaken their spirits? There are tens of thousands of students in total on this island. Aren't there?" He Xiaoyu replied, "But the ritual requires the spirit awakening fluid, which is only enough for the usage of 1,000 people. I don't think it will be any different this time." Han Fei was surprised. "What about the rest of them? End up as common fishermen?" He Xiaoyu looked at Han Fei in surprise. "Are you an idiot? If they can reach level 10 and make a natural breakthrough, their spiritual beasts will also be awakened." Han Fei grinned in embarrassment as his memory returned. Natural awakening more often happened to the young people around 20 than to the kids in the village. They had passed their golden age for cultivation, so they could make few achievements even though their spiritual beast was awakened. Han Fei was determined to achieve higher things since the ritual was decided according to rank. He grew excited at the thought of that. He dragged He Xiaoyu and said, "Hurry up. What's most important for a cultivator? It's time." He Xiaoyu was lost for words. "You seem rather hasty. Why were you not so devoted in the past 4 years? Besides, since you are level 6, you are basically guaranteed to pass the fishing trial." Bam! The door of class 1 was kicked open. Everybody was shocked. Han Fei put his rod down and declared, "I'm back. Have you prepared your protection, your swallowed spirit soup?" Han Fei held his head high. He sensed that He Xiaoyu was pulling him, but he said impatiently, "Don't be scared. I'm level 6 now. I can beat up the whole grade." "You're going to beat up the whole grade?" The intimidating voice stiffened Han Fei. He looked aside, only to see the fishing master teacher of class 1. Stunned, Han Fei said, "Well, greetings, sir. I'm told that everybody in class 1 is very strong. I'm here to challenge them now that I stepped into level 6. If I lose, He Xiaoyu's bamboo rod will go to them. If I win, I will only ask for a bowl of swallowed spirit soup." Bam! Han Fei was flung away, and the fishing master cursed, "Get lost, you shameless scoundrel." Han Fei was not as useless as before in everyone's eyes after they witnessed his brutal performance and his infinite spiritual energy when he had swallowed spirit soup. How could they defeat him? Han Fei was lost for words. Why did the teacher hit him? He only offered a piece of advice. A level 7 expert of class 1 looked at Han Fei and said, "Mr. Yang, he's only good when he has the swallowed spirit soup. I will fight him as long as he doesn't take the swallowed spirit soup." Mr. Yang frowned. Han Fei was a level 6 even without the swallowed spirit soup, and it wouldn't be easy to defeat him. In the 4 schools of the village, there were only 1,000 students who were level 6. Han Fei's performance couldn't be too bad. Mr. Yang decided that it was not bad to let the students take a closer look at level 6. He said, you can challenge them, but they have to be on the same level as you. Han Fei was about to leave, but he immediately patted his chest and said, no problem. I want 2 bowls of swallowed spirit soup. Grimly, Mr. Yang said, 1 bowl, and you are not allowed to take it during the battle. Han Fei said, sir, this isn't fair. I would only be able to defeat 1 person. Mr. Yang was amused. How many people do you intend to defeat? The whole grade? Han Fei grinned. Alright, let's have a fight first. I can use a bowl of soup for now. All the class rolled their eyes. Who can you defeat without your swallowed spirit soup? Lu Lingji had just reached level 6. She intended to accept the challenge as a way to test her abilities. However, Hu Kuan stood out and said, let me. Nobody is going to compete with me. Han Fei's advancement was intimidating and unreasonable. Tanga must have been helping him. Nobody knew Han Fei better than Hu Kuan did in the entire school. Also, Tanga had helped Han Fei too many times before. He must have left many useful things to Han Fei before he was taken away, or Han Fei couldn't have reached level 6 so quickly. Delighted, Han Fei grinned at Hu Kuan. Don't be hasty. 1 at a time. Fetch your soup first. Hu Kuan said, there will be plenty of soup as long as you can win. Clang. Hu Kuan lunged with his iron rod. He finally had a good reason to beat him up. Nobody looked forward to the opportunity more than he did. Han Fei extended his hand, and Xiaoyu handed over her bamboo rod promptly. Han Fei said, come on, let's see what you've got. Everybody was lost for words. He made it look like a test. Ha! What Hu Kuan practiced was flying stick, which was very fast. Han Fei chuckled. Fast is useless. I'm going to sweep you. The advantage of sweeping stick was the range and the force. Han Fei filled the bamboo rod with his spiritual energy and waved a curve with it. Intimidatingly. Hu Kuan could fight it back, block it, or retreat. If Hu Kuan were to back off at the beginning of the battle, everybody would lose respect for him. If he were to block it, he would be giving Han Fei an opportunity to launch heavier attacks. Therefore, Hu Kuan chose to fight back. He did not think that his power would be overwhelmed by a guy who was enhanced by external help. Clang. Hu Kuan's face changed greatly in the wake of those ear-splitting noises, and his iron rod was bent. His arms were numb and probably broken. Then, he couldn't feel anything anymore. Pooh. Hu Kuan was blown back. He failed to survive 1 attack from Han Fei, although he was at the peak of level 6. He did not even have a chance to moan. Ack. Everybody gasped hard. Lu Lingji, who had been eager to try, was frozen. She was shocked by Han Fei's growth. Mr. Yang was also dumbfounded. How could he have defeated Hu Kuan in 1 move? When they were both level 6? That was too horrifying. Xiaoyu was also slightly dazed. It was she who taught Han Fei sweeping stick, but Han Fei was obviously as good at it as she was. Also, she believed that she was only on par with Hu Kuan, but Han Fei had defeated him in 1 move? Everybody was full of questions. Who could tell that Han Fei had been regarded as garbage for 4 years? Clicking his tongue, Han Fei said, I asked you not to be hasty. Why were you so enthusiastic? Then, Han Fei declared proudly, it seems that I'm invincible in level 6. Where are the level 7 fishermen in your class? Immediately, a young man with a blue rod walked out of the crowd. He Xiaoyu said, he's Xingqiu. He's very good. His rod was collected from a blue wood from the bottom of the ocean. He ranks in the top 20 among the level 7s in our school. He's regularly given 4 bowls of swallowed spirit soup. Han Fei immediately beamed with jealousy when he learned that Xingqiu had 4 bowls of soup regularly. That benefit was too generous. Han Fei nodded his head and said, since you are in level 7 and I'm in level 6, you need to give me 4 bowls of swallowed spirit soup if you lose. Xingqiu sneered. I have plenty of soup. I wasn't here last time, but you've come again after I'm back. You really think that nobody in Class 1 can defeat you? Han Fei was not intimidated, but He Xiaoyu suddenly pulled Han Fei's rod. Give me my rod. Han Fei. He turned his head to He Xiaoyu. This is not decent. Even though he's a level 7 fisher, I wouldn't lose. Han Fei said, let go. This is embarrassing. It's just a rod. He Xiaoyu said, no, I won't. You can lose your own rod. Han Fei said, let go. Do you still want the swallowed spirit soup? He Xiaoyu said, I do. I'll have it when you can't have it anymore. Everybody was speechless. You will have it when he can't have it anymore? Do you really think he can beat a whole grade? Do you know how many level 7 experts are out there in a grade? Xingqiu blushed furiously. Hey! Are we going to do this or not? The bamboo rod is too precious for you? Han Fei was rather embarrassed. He did not know what to say about He Xiaoyu, who always grew petty at the critical moment. He could only release the rod and say, fine. It seems that I have to bring out my own weapon now. Everybody was grim. Can you not be so cocky? It's just an iron rod. Xingqiu said, do you think anyone is interested in your ragged rod? Han Fei stabbed the rod into the ground and said, what do you know? My brother gave this to me. It's a super iron rod, the iron rod of iron rods. Nobody was convinced. Who are you fooling? A super iron rod? It's just a regular iron rod. Han Fei said, you dare not try? Are you really a level 7? I'm always a man of my word. Besides, my brother is behind me. Are you worried that I can't pay if I lose? Xingqiu said, that's what I've been waiting for. Bring it on. You can't surrender now even if you want to. Everybody stared at them. According to common sense, the battle between a level 7 and a level 6 did not have any suspense. However, Han Fei was not anything common. Since he defeated Hu Kuan in one move, it was indeed possible that he could fight a level 7. Under everyone's watch, they began their fight. Han Fei jumped and smashed, because he did not know any other battle techniques. Xingqiu sniffed. His spiritual energy surged out. He was ready to knock Han Fei down in one attack. Han Fei thought differently. He couldn't catch too much attention. Level 7 was already the peak at the school. If he took Xingqiu down like how he took Brother Gang down just now, something terrible would happen. Clang. Han Fei changed his expression and pretended to step back. You are good. Is this the strength of level 7? Impressive. Xingqiu looked proud and confident, feeling good that he taught Han Fei a lesson. But deep in his heart, he was shocked at Han Fei's power. His hands were almost numb. Clang. 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 Damn it. Level 7 is truly magnificent. He Xiaoyu, I don't think I can win this time. Hey, are your hands not numb? You're bleeding. Han Fei mumbled as they clashed 5 times. At first, the audience thought that Han Fei had indeed felt the domination of level 7. However, they soon realized that Xingqiu was not any better. His hands were cracked, and his face was becoming paler and paler. Even his rod was shaking. Clang. Xingqiu was flung away. His rod remained straight, but his arms were slightly broken. He almost fell over. Han Fei said, "Sheesh. The level 7 experts are truly unstoppable. My hands are shaking." As he spoke, Han Fei shook his hands. Everybody was speechless. Do you think we can't tell that you're pretending? Mr. Yang seemed calm but was greatly shocked. How had Han Fei grown so strong? Not only had he defeated someone of a higher level, but he did not even suffer any injury. Everybody fell quiet. Someone smacked their head. Am I in a dream? Is this really Han Fei? He Xiaoyu opened her mouth, her eyes full of disbelief. Why did she not know that Han Fei was so good in the past 4 years? Han Fei hurried to drop a hint at He Xiaoyu. However, He Xiaoyu did not really get it. Staggering to He Xiaoyu, Han Fei cried and fell on He Xiaoyu. Han Fei said, "Hey, although I won the battle, I seem to have suffered heavy wounds." Then, Han Fei felt that something was not right. He had touched a certain part. Huh? So soft? Pa. He Xiaoyu blushed in fury. You're shameless. Han Fei was stunned. Why are you slapping me when I'm already heavily wounded? My internal organs are shaking. I want my swallowed spirit soup. Everyone rolled their eyes. Can your acting skills be any worse? You want soup when you're dying? Mr. Yang tried to calm himself down. I'm not going to be infuriated by a boy. Calm down. Who? Mr. Yang bellowed, all right, end of this battle. Han Fei, come with me. Han Fei said, Sir, I need to have the soup, or my internal organs can't be soothed. Bam. Han Fei was kicked more than 10 meters away, but he jumped up and immediately tried to flee. Mr. Yang shouted, Stop there. You can claim the soup in the cafeteria later. Come with me. He Xiaoyu, you will come too. The rest of you, send Hu Kuan and Xingqiu to the medical room. Wang Jia was staring at a bottle of valuable body conditioning fluid when he saw his colleague lead 2 of his students to him with a grim face. Wang Jia asked, Mr. Yang, what's up? Mr. Yang said, Mr. Wang, your student hid his abilities quite well. Han Fei knocked out a peak level 6 in one attack and defeated a level 7 with only a few hits. Do you know about this? Wang Jia was stunned. What did you say? He knocked out a peak level 6 in one attack and defeated a level 7 with only a few hits? Han Fei said in a hurry, Mr. Wang, my internal organs are shaking, too. Mr. Yang said, Shut up. You did not even tremble. You think I didn't notice? Looking at Han Fei thoughtfully, Wang Jia turned to He Xiaoyu and asked, Xiaoyu, tell me. What was your plan this time? Blushing hard, He Xiaoyu failed to come up with anything for a long time. In the end, Mr. Young grinned and said, "Your student was addicted to swindling other people of their soup. I caught him right when he tried to do it again. Since he's your student, it's not my place to discipline him." "Right, I think. Few students in our school except Tengu can defeat him now. Let him hoax elsewhere." Hanfei secretly complained. Who could have known that a level 7 was so weak? Brother Gang had resisted him for quite a while. After Mr. Young left, Wang Jia finally looked at Hanfei weirdly. "What exactly did Tengu give you that made you advance so fast?" At the edge of a level 2 fishery, on a white extravagant boat, Tengu sneezed and frowned. "Is my brother being bullied by someone? I have indeed been away for too long this time, but what can I do since this sir wouldn't let me go?" He decided to find a way to go back in a couple of days. He did not want to see Hanfei bullied by other people. Feng Zhe was holding a fishing pole next to him. On the fishing pole was a three-headed snake. He said to Tengu with a smile, "This is a three-headed sea snake. It won't die even if its heads are cut from its body, and the heads will be regrown a while later. Its gallbladders are the best tonics. Here. Take them. You will reach level 9 after you take them." Wang Jia thought that Tengu was behind everything. Hanfei only had a level 1 spiritual heritage. However talented he was, how could he become a level 7 fisher from a level 2-1 after half a month? If he had such talent, he would be distinguished even in the town. Wang Jia said thoughtfully, "You may feel good if your cultivation is excessively improved with external help, but it will be more difficult for you to advance in the future. However marvelous the spiritual fruit is, it's a medication and should not be taken randomly. You must not advance too quickly, or your foundation may be ruined." Hanfei said, "All right, sir, I'll listen to you." Wang Jia did not feel comfortable to see the loser of his class growing into a top expert among his peers. He waved his hands and said, "Go now. Stop dueling with other people. You will be given 2 bowls of swallowed spirit soup in the future." Hanfei nodded his head. He suddenly asked, "Sir, I'm told that there are more experts in other campuses of our school?" Wang Jia's eyelids shivered. "They're nothing good. They're in level 7 at best. Do not do anything outrageous." Hanfei said, "Got it, sir. I won't do anything outrageous." Then, Hanfei intended to leave. He Xiaoyu followed him. Wang Jia said, "Wait." Hanfei turned around. "Is there anything else, sir?" Wang Jia said, "You'd better watch what you're doing. You're too little to be together. I won't stop Mr. He if he hits you someday." He Xiaoyu suddenly blushed. "Who's together with him? I'm only following him to drink soup." He Xiaoyu said, "Sir, there is no such thing. He Xiaoyu and I are pure friends, as pure as the meat of the little white fish." Wang Jia said, "Get out of here." Hanfei hurried to go. It seemed that he couldn't trick the students of his own campus anymore. The teachers could all recognize him. He Xiaoyu said, "He Xiaoyu, we'll go to the southern campus after we have soup in the cafeteria. I'm sure we can get 50 bowls of swallowed spirit soup there. We also need to buy a big calabash, which can contain the soup when we are full. However, you must lend your bamboo rod to me. I cannot use my super iron rod easily." Hanfei talked for a long time, but when he looked back, he found He Xiaoyu walking angrily without looking at him. Han Fei said, "What's up? Don't be upset. We're pure friends, as pure as the clouds in the sky." He Xiaoyu turned back abruptly. "Am I not pretty? I have too many pursuers. I'm not interested in you at all." "Well." Han Fei rubbed his head. "What's going on? Are we talking about the same thing? How can I like a 12-year-old girl? I'm almost 30 years old." The news that Han Fei crushed Xing Qiu spread throughout the school quickly. Nobody believed it at first, but someone from Class 1 confirmed it, making people despise and envy Han Fei. After he woke up, Hu Kuan felt that the world had collapsed. He was crushed by one attack? He gnashed his teeth. Damn it. It's all because of Tengu. Don't laugh too soon, Han Fei. In the school, someone murmured when they saw Han Fei, "You might not have surpassed level 3 if it weren't for Tengu." Someone whispered, "Look, that's Han Fei. He's unbelievably lucky. We can't bully him again." Some girls scorned him when they walked past Han Fei. Counting on other people is not an ability at all. Han Fei was rather gloomy. Their level was even lower than his, and yet they looked down on him. In the cafeteria, 7 bowls of swallowed spirit soup were placed before he Xiaoyu, and 2 before he Xiaoyu. Han Fei said, "Finish them. We'll set off after that." Gudu. Gudu. He Xiaoyu had only 2 bowls of soup. She was rather angry to see that Han Fei had already had 3 bowls. She was drinking her own quota, not something swindled out of other people. Han Fei glanced at her and pushed a bowl toward her. "Have some more, so that you'll be stronger." He Xiaoyu said, "It's no use to drink so much. I can't absorb it that fast." Han Fei said, "Why do you care about that? It can't harm you anyway. Drink it first." He Xiaoyu thought for a moment and realized that it did make sense. After the drink last time, she nearly broke the obstacles of level 7 in her cultivation. Maybe Han Fei was right about having as much of the soup as possible. There were plenty of students in the cafeteria, but nobody was around Han Fei and he Xiaoyu. They all looked at them in shock. Was the swallowed spirit soup as cheap as water to them? Hua. Han Fei and he Xiaoyu rose. They looked at each other and walked out of the cafeteria. His spiritual energy surpassed 1,000 points again. Han Fei was very confident. Han Fei and he Xiaoyu stood at the gate of the southern campus, each with a rod before them. He Xiaoyu also carried a huge calabash. The most outrageous thing was the plate before Han Fei's chest that said, "Han Fei, boss of the eastern campus, is here to duel with the students of the southern campus. Whoever defeats me will be given a bamboo rod. Note, the losers have to provide 2 bowls of swallowed spirit soup. The level 7 experts need to provide 4. Those below level 6 can leave me alone." Immediately, the southern campus was enraged. Many students looked at them furiously. The 2 of them were cocky enough to challenge the whole southern campus? Someone scolded, "You're Han Fei? What makes you think you can swagger around here?" Someone hefted an iron rod and shouted, "I'll let you know the color of your blood." Someone cursed, "Those who don't know you might think that you're Tengu." "Who's Han Fei? Never heard of you before. You will crawl home later. Let me." A level 6 guy approached with an iron rod. "I am Li Fonglai, of level 6. Fisher. Do you dare to duel with me?" Someone whispered, Li Fonglai's spiritual heritage was measured to be level 2, high quality. He's a heavenly talent who will go to the town. He can't lose. That's right. His opponent feels like a level 6 to me, too. They are on par with each other. Hee hee. Li Fenglai, knock him down as quickly as possible for the southern campus. Li Fenglai raised the iron rod and bellowed, I'll crush you. Han Fei waved his hand. Wait a moment. Li Fenglai stiffened. What are you doing? Are you scared? You can't get away with this unless you kneel and admit you're wrong. Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, You haven't brought me your swallowed spirit soup yet. What if you don't give it to me after you fail? Li Fenglai flushed with fury. You think I can't afford 2 bowls of swallowed spirit soup? Han Fei said, I'm not saying that you can't, but it's hard to tell from your appearance. Li Fenglai was infuriated that the guy showed no respect for him. Do you think you are a sure winner? Li Fenglai, maddened, simply attacked. Clang. Han Fei blocked the attack easily and shouted, What are you waiting for? Fetch the soup already. You won't run when your champion fails, will you? The onlookers were angry. Who cares about 2 bowls of soup? You think you're going to win? You're too cocky. If I had fought you, I would have beat the crap out of you. The two of them fought for several minutes. Han Fei breathed heavily. Li Fenglai discovered, to his surprise, that the guy was too strong. He used his full strength, but could not crush his opponent. Damn it. He definitely could have crushed the guy if he were at the peak of level 6. He Xiaoyu looked at the sky. She felt that Han Fei was committing fraud. His acting was quite vivid, but he couldn't have used more than 30 points of spiritual energy. Clang. Han Fei slashed hard and tossed Li Fenglai to the ground. Li Fenglai's face flushed. It was truly frustrating. He had run out of spiritual energy, but why was this guy still fine? Many people were rendered speechless. Someone squinted. The guy should be stronger than Li Fenglai, but Li Fenglai consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. He will be crushed by another level 6. Immediately, another person jumped out and declared, I'm Jia Tong, from class 7. I'll let you rest for a moment, in case you claim that I'm taking advantage of you. Han Fei was lost for words. Would resting for a moment make any difference? For fishers to regain their spiritual energy, they had to train themselves for half a day. Han Fei waved his hand and said, Wait a moment. Not that I'm dawdling, but where's the swallowed spirit soup? I won't fight you until the soup is delivered. I'm worried that you won't give it to me. You think that we have no honor? Jia Tong was beyond angry. Being suspected was even more humiliating than being provoked. Jia Tong said, Someone fetch the swallowed spirit soup already. Han Fei said, That's unnecessary. I have a better idea. Let's duel before your cafeteria. It's more convenient. Pooh. Everyone almost vomited blood. How many people do you think you can defeat? I hope that your brain is not filled with the swallowed spirit soup. He Xiaoyu couldn't help but step back. She said to herself, I'm only here to help him drink the soup that he can't finish, but I'm not familiar with this guy. He Xiaoyu went even further. Why, you don't have the courage for that? I was told that there were many experts in the southern campus, but it's not true at all. He Xiaoyu, let's go to the northern campus. Jia Tong snapped, How dare you? Come to the cafeteria if you dare. Han Fei said, If I dare? I can make you go bankrupt. Han Fei strutted in with the bamboo rod while everybody glared at him furiously. He Xiaoyu took a deep breath. I won't be beaten up, will I? I'm not involved in this. They probably won't beat me. I'm a girl. Han Fei finally saw the 2 bowls of soup that Li Fenglai lost. He immediately shouted, He Xiaoyu, collect the soup. He Xiaoyu blushed, feeling guilty as if she were stealing a kid's toys. But it was swallowed spirit soup. She used to be given 2 bowls of them every 5 days, but she had earned 2 bowls so easily. Jia Tong said, Can you fight now? Han Fei said, Of course, the southern campus is truly generous. Come on. Let's fight. Jia Tong attacked the moment Han Fei nodded. Spiritual energy surged out of his rod crazily. Han Fei shouted, That's a good one. As expected of the genius of the southern campus. Nice. Take another one from me. Good one. After a couple of collisions, Jia Tong blushed. How much spiritual energy did this guy have? Why was it never exhausted? Han Fei, on the other hand, pretended to breathe heavily, while he actually controlled the output of his spiritual energy. After all, his body was so sturdy now that he could block Jia Tong's attacks with half of the energy his enemy used. So, he felt that he could crush a couple of them in a row. Bam! In his carelessness, Jia Tong was hit by Han Fei and flung 3 meters away. His hands were shaking. Many people stopped jeering. The guy truly had something behind his boldness. He had defeated 2 level 6 experts consecutively. Han Fei merely shouted, He Xiaoyu, collect the soup. Han Fei looked around magnificently and asked, Who's next? People whispered to each other. A student at the peak of level 5 assumed that Han Fei was exhausted, and that he could give the guy a final blow and win the bamboo rod over. However, Han Fei said in disdain the moment he stood out, You're too weak for me. Go away. The student wouldn't give in. I have swallowed spirit soup, too. I would like to challenge you. Han Fei's eyes glittered. It's fine as long as you get the soup. Come on. You will be the winner if you can force me to take 1 step back. The student was delighted. I'll hold you to that. Then, he shouted and charged forward with the iron rod. Han Fei could easily tell that he concentrated most of his spiritual energy on the iron rod. Clang. Han Fei bent and nearly stepped back, but he was a level 6 after all. After a collision, the level 6 student dropped on the ground. Han Fei said, I told you to go away. He Xiaoyu, collect the soup. However, some of the clever students, thinking that Han Fei almost stepped back just now, shouted, Let me. It's my turn. No, it's mine. Several minutes later, no level 5 fishers challenged him anymore. They wondered how Han Fei blocked them at the last moment and knocked them down with 1 attack when he was almost stepping back every time. He Xiaoyu simply poured the swallowed spirit soup into the calabash and thought, I'm just here to help process the soup, I'm just here to help process the soup. Soon, more and more people came to the cafeteria. Picking up He Xiaoyu's calabash, Han Fei drank it now and then and said, Who's next? Everyone is welcome. Nobody responded to him. Han Fei shouted again, Are there no capable warriors in the southern campus? At all? Where are your level 6 and level 7 experts? Get out of the way. The crowd divided, and a couple of teenagers walked over confidently. Someone was relieved. They're finally here. Someone grew confident. The southern campus will be mocked if they do not. Come. Someone said, Han Fei is dead for sure. How can he expect to resist them? As long as he is not given time to rest, it remains to be seen whether or not he can survive two of them. He has fought for so long anyway. Who's asking for trouble in the southern campus? The man stared at Han Fei maliciously as he spoke. Han Fei said, I am Han Fei, boss of the eastern campus. I have never been defeated in my entire life. I'm here to be defeated. He Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. You've never been defeated? You were just a level 2 fisher before. Nobody dared to fight you because they were scared that they would accidentally kill you. Han Fei, however, held his head high, too busy feeling good about himself to care about that. You've never been defeated? You're even stronger than Tengu? Han Fei was not bothered. Tengu is my brother. We've never fought. I'm here just to be defeated. One of the newcomers mocked, you've fought many battles. You must be out of spiritual energy. Are you sure you want this? Han Fei said, I'm a quick absorber. My spiritual energy is infinite. Everybody rolled their eyes. They had never seen anyone as shameless. Infinite spiritual energy? You think you are the sea god? Someone hefted their iron rod and shouted, I'll fight you if you want to. Fight. Don't surrender if you have balls. Han Fei said, you'd better confirm that your balls are still there first. Everybody was infuriated. Kill him. Crush him. He's not getting out of here on his own 2 feet. Waving the bamboo rod, Han Fei said lazily, bite me. I'll go first. Someone couldn't hold back anymore and decided to check Han Fei's strength. However, Han Fei merely leaped and struck 3 times, blowing the guy away and bending his iron rod. TCH. Shoot. Is this guy made of iron? Why is he still so strong? Han Fei said with a smile, next. Wait a moment. Han Fei's domination was disrupted by a middle-aged man with 2 students. Mr. Zhou. Zhou Ding looked awful. He was not convinced when someone told him that a stranger was challenging the whole school, but he believed it now. The little girl's calabash was apparently full of swallowed spirit soup. Zhou Ding eyed Han Fei. The guy was indeed a level 6, not a level 7. Zhou Ding pointed at one of his students and said, Chen Kai, you're up. The guy named Chen Kai was also carrying a bamboo rod. He seemed much stronger than the other level 6s. Chen Kai said, I'm Chen Kai. I will challenge you. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and grew solemn. Spiritual energy burst out of his bamboo rod. Han Fei stopped panting and shivering. Watching the incoming stick, he simply lifted his own rod against it. Clang. Many students below level 5 stepped back under the brunt of the attack. Han Fei was slightly stunned. The guy was rather strong. He did not know the technique, but there was a hidden force behind the attack. He almost stepped back under the dual forces. Huh? You're good. Han Fei's eyes glittered, but Chen Kai's face changed greatly. The attack that he launched with 80% of his strength did not shake the guy at all. Zhou Ding was also surprised. Chen Kai's spiritual heritage was level 3. High quality. He was almost the strongest level 6 in the southern campus. However, he did not have any advantage in the battle. Han Fei shouted, sweep. Clang. Chen Kai became pale after the collision. He slid dozens of meters away, his hands shaking. How could the attack have been so powerful? Slash. Chen Kai seemed rather anxious. He stomped on the ground, and his bamboo rod glowed. Spiritual energy explosion. Han Fei immediately stepped back before the enormous power. Thankfully, his previous slash blocked the blast, or he might have failed. He Xiaoyu said in a hurry, "This is spiritual energy explosion. It's very powerful. Even the level 7s have to avoid it." Han Fei shook his arm and his head. "It's quite tough. I can gather the spiritual energy, but how can I detonate it? How is it possible?" He took the hit of the spiritual energy explosion? Is he made of iron? Why is he so tough? Zhou Ding was surprised. The young man was not simple. Taking the hit of the spiritual energy explosion without being hurt was a sign of his sturdiness. To everyone's surprise, the spiritual energy at the tip of Han Fei's rod was more and more brilliant. Han Fei declared, "Spiritual energy explosion." Zhou Ding took action. He snatched Han Fei's spiritual energy, but the next second, his hand was blown away by the enormous spiritual energy. Humph! Break! The cluster of spiritual energy crumbled. Han Fei was forced to take quite a few steps back under the waves. Han Fei's eyes glowed. It was truly impressive. He didn't know how to detonate it. If it weren't for this teacher, there would have been nothing he could do. Zhou Ding was rather embarrassed. He almost failed to break the spiritual energy explosion of a level 6 student. Narrowing his eyes, Zhou Ding said, "You have the combat ability of a level 8 fisher, and you are brazen enough to trick my students for their swallowed spirit soup. Get lost." TCH. All the students exclaimed in shock. The combat ability of a level 8 fisher? That was one tough student. Someone was suspicious. Is he Tengu? Who else in the Eastern Campus is as strong? Jerk. You pretend to be a level 6 when you are a level 8. Give us our soup. That's right. Give us our soup, Han Fei. Han Fei said, "What are you talking about? I'm obviously a level 6. I didn't tell you my natural-born strength, because I like to keep a low profile." Han Fei looked at Zhou Ding and smiled in embarrassment. "Mr. Zhou, I was actually here to seek breakthroughs, and I understood a lot after sensing the power of the spiritual energy explosion. I'll take my leave." Zhou Ding grabbed Han Fei. "Where are you going?" Han Fei screamed, "Sir, I'm truly a level 6. You can check me." Ignoring what he said, Zhou Ding picked him up and left. Han Fei shouted while he was hanging in midair, "He Xiaoyu, follow me." The students were left astounded at the cafeteria of the southern campus. Some of them murmured, "A level 8? A level 6 that is as strong as a level 8? Is he really a heavenly talent?" Zhou Ding carried Han Fei to an empty cultivation ground and asked him, "What's with your spiritual energy? Why is it never exhausted?" Han Fei admitted frankly, "Sir, I'm a quick absorber. My spiritual energy is refilled immediately after I drink the soup." Zhou Ding snapped, "That's bull's asterisk it. I've never heard of such a thing before." Han Fei, rolling his eyes, said, "Mr. Zhou, it's true. My master, Wang Jia, knows that. You can ask He Xiaoyu about it. Her father is a teacher in the Eastern Campus." Zhou Ding looked at He Xiaoyu and her bamboo rod. Frowning, he asked, "Is he Mingtang your father?" He Xiaoyu nodded quickly, hoping that the teacher wouldn't tell her father. "What happened today?" Zhou Ding asked, "What's the real level of your spiritual heritage?" Han Fei said, it's level 2, low quality. Zhou Ding said, that's bulls asterisk it. He Mingtong's daughter, you tell me. He Xiaoyu was also stunned. She remembered that Han Fei's spiritual heritage was level 1, high quality. Why was it level 2 now? Did Tang find any marvelous medicines for Han Fei? It was said that spiritual heritage was fixed the moment one was born. Han Fei's spiritual heritage must have improved only because of certain top spiritual fruits. He Xiaoyu nodded enviously, wishing that she had a spiritual fruit, too. Zhou Ding frowned even harder. Even if your body is extraordinary, your spiritual energy explosion is still subpar. Do you want to live a peaceful life after pissing off so many people today? Besides, it's not good to count on your special physical qualities. What if you lose your infinite spiritual energy and cannot cast the unbelievable spiritual energy explosion? Han Fei nodded quickly. You're right, Mr. Zhou. We'll be on our way. Get lost. Zhou Ding took a deep breath after Han Fei and He Xiaoyu left. Such a body was truly appalling. It was a pity that Han Fei's future achievements were limited by his spiritual heritage. He couldn't be better than a grand fishing master. However lucky he was. Han Fei and He Xiaoyu left the campus gloomily. The moment they got out of the gate, they ran crazily. Han Fei asked, are we going to the northern campus and the southern campus? He Xiaoyu shook her head while running. No. We're lucky to only have been kicked out. We might not be so lucky next time. Han Fei realized that it did make sense. They seemed too cocky in other people's territory. Remembering the calabash of swallowed spirit soup, Han Fei asked, how much soup do we have? He Xiaoyu replied, 29 bowls in total. Han Fei was surprised. Huh? Only 29 bowls? I felt that I beat plenty of them. He Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. You beat plenty of them? It's more like you tricked plenty of them. Only the last battle was real, and he learned spiritual energy explosion from it. However, He Xiaoyu did not intend to tell Han Fei anything. Her father told her not to consider the technique until she was above level 7. In a corner, Han Fei and He Xiaoyu split the soup. Han Fei got 20 bowls of it. He was the one doing the fights anyway. However, since Zhou Ding let go of them easily, probably for He Xiaoyu's father's sake, Han Fei gave more soup to He Xiaoyu. Halfway through it, Han Fei was full. He took a rest and asked, He Xiaoyu, what spiritual energy explosion? I felt that it was beyond my control just now. If Mr. Zhou hadn't taken action, there might have been dire consequences. He Xiaoyu asked, how much spiritual energy did you just gather? Han Fei said, 70, or 80. Pooh. He Xiaoyu spat out the soup and looked at Han Fei in shock. How much? Seeing He Xiaoyu's reaction, Han Fei scratched his head awkwardly. Is it too much? He Xiaoyu eyed Han Fei as if he were a lunatic. You're only a level 6. How much spiritual energy can you possibly have? Isn't it crazy to concentrate half of your spiritual energy for a battle? He Xiaoyu asked, did you know how much spiritual energy Chen Kai used just now? Han Fei asked, how much? He Xiaoyu said, no more than 25 points. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Are you serious? 25 points are already so powerful? Then, wouldn't 80 points have blown my enemy up instantly? He Xiaoyu said, although it appeared that you picked up spiritual energy. Explosion, you couldn't control it at all, so you could have only overwhelmed your enemy with spiritual energy even if you launched the attack. Han Fei grew interested. How can I control it? Teach me for the 9 bowls of soup I gave you. He Xiaoyu said, why don't you wait until level 7? Spiritual energy. Explosion is barely useful at level 6. My father said that the spiritual energy is not sufficient and pure in level 6, and that after level 7, fishers would gain control over their spiritual energy. This skill won't be practical until then. Han Fei commented, huh? It has such a high requirement? He recalled Chen Kai's performance just now. The man almost knocked him out with one attack. It was a major shock for him. Han Fei suddenly said, that doesn't sound right. I defeated level 7s before. You witnessed it. That guy from class 1 did not burst out his spiritual energy. He Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. How can you cast spiritual energy explosion on your classmate? If he lost control of it during the attack, you might have been killed. Han Fei suddenly said to He Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, someone tried to murder me. He Xiaoyu? Han Fei said, I suspect that someone tried to murder me. I was at sea for 5 days because my boat was damaged. He told the whole story and gazed at He Xiaoyu. Why don't you teach me the technique? I'll give you the rest of the swallowed spirit soup. He Xiaoyu was rendered speechless by the reluctance on Han Fei's face. You earned the swallowed spirit soup for nothing, and you want to exchange it for a technique? She said, I'm incapable of it. My father didn't teach me. Han Fei remarked, why did your father teach you nothing? Are you sure that you are his daughter? He Xiaoyu immediately poked Han Fei with the bamboo rod. Of course I'm his daughter. You don't believe me? Han Fei shouted, ouch. 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 Stop. Han Fei, angry that the girl was too meek, scolded He Xiaoyu and gave He Xiaoyu quite a shock. Han Fei said, just because your father didn't teach you doesn't mean that you can't learn. Do you not want to be an expert? If you have access to it, I can give you a treasure for it. Han Fei thought that He Xiaoyu would ask him what the treasure was. However, He Xiaoyu simply pouted her lips and said, you yelled at me. You're mean. Han Fei? Realizing that the situation wouldn't get any better soon, he simply focused on the swallowed spirit soup. He Xiaoyu murmured, you yelled at me. You want me to steal things? You don't believe what my father said? Why are you so mean? Han Fei couldn't drink the soup anymore. He took out a bottle and said, let's make an exchange. He Xiaoyu's anger immediately changed. Her eyes wide, she asked, this is the iron fish body polishing fluid? He Xiaoyu gasped. The iron fish body polishing fluid was made of the brains of the ironhead fish. It was said that dozens of mature ironhead fish were needed to make a small bottle of such fluid. He Xiaoyu reached her hand out for it. Han Fei hurried to withdraw his hand. About spiritual energy explosion. He Xiaoyu sniffed and glared at Han Fei before she said, I'm truly incapable of it, but in fact, spiritual energy explosion is all about your control over your own spiritual energy. If you can control it well, spiritual energy explosion will be simple. Han Fei asked, how can I control it? He Xiaoyu said, I don't know much about it. You have to use spiritual energy more often, like in fishing. 1 bottle of iron fish body polishing fluid is far from enough for you to get the knowledge of spiritual energy explosion. Besides, you have only half a bottle. Han Fei was tempted. While the iron fish body polishing fluid was also a treasure, it couldn't compare to spiritual energy explosion. He must have the technique that could save his life. Han Fei said seductively, "He Xiaoyu, aren't we good friends?" He Xiaoyu said warily, "No, we are not." Han Fei said, "If we are not, why are you here to challenge them with me? If your father learns of that, tsk, tisk." He Xiaoyu said, I'm just passing by." "Fine, what do you want?" Han Fei said, "What about a copy of the notes on the control of spiritual energy? I'll definitely share with you if I find good stuff." "No." Han Fei proposed, "He Xiaoyu, the fishing trial is going to start soon, and it doesn't matter who your father is in the test. Why don't I give you a spirit refilling pill?" "You have a spirit refilling pill?" He Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock. Han Fei asked, "How does that sound?" He Xiaoyu hesitated. "But..." Han Fei said, "All right, I know what you mean. I'll give you 2. He Xiaoyu said, "No, my father." Han Fei said, 3, and that's my best offer. You must know that a spirit refilling pill is worth 2 mid-quality pearls. He Xiaoyu finally agreed. Han Fei had discovered that the girl's shortcoming was greediness, which was probably because her father raised her too strictly. As a result, the girl always craved good things. At this moment, He Mingtang was teaching a class in school. The two of them went to He Xiaoyu's house stealthily and left in a hurry an hour later. Guiltily, He Xiaoyu presented a small book. "This is the only one I found. Go now. I'll be screwed if my mother finds out about this." Han Fei said with a smile, "Good girl. I'll give you more swallowed spirit soup in the future." Both of them stopped at the gate of the school. He Xiaoyu got 3 spirit refilling pills, and Han Fei got the way to utilize spiritual energy. Both of them felt that it was a great deal. He Xiaoyu. Suddenly, someone yelled from behind the gate. "Ah, father." Enraged, He Mingtang looked at his unworthy daughter and then glared at Han Fei furiously. Han Fei wasn't any better. His smile froze when he saw the unfriendly Wang Jia and the teacher from the southern campus behind him. He changed his face and shouted at He Xiaoyu, "Run." Wang Jia was amused. "It's too late for you to run now." He cast his hook at Han Fei rapidly. Sensing the attack at his back, Han Fei twisted his body subconsciously and dodged the hook in a weird posture. "Huh?" The 3 fishing masters, including He Mingtang, all exclaimed in shock. A level 6 fisher had avoided Wang Jia's hook? It must be noted that Wang Jia was appointed as a supervisor of the general fishery for his remarkable capability. However, his attack had been avoided. Wang Jia felt embarrassed. His fishing line glittered, and the hook darted at Han Fei even faster than before. Han Fei sweated hard. "I did nothing more than get a few bowls of soup with trickery. Do you need to welcome me with this?" While thinking about that, he flipped and evaded the hook again narrowly. Wang Jia immediately blushed. He was shocked at how swift Han Fei was. "Huh?" Zhou Ding was surprised. "Old Wang, your student is interesting. He may be able to make it to the top 100 in the fishing trial, no?" Wang Jia sniffed. "Him? Top 100? I just hope that he's not the last place." This time, Wang Jie did not hold himself back. The speed of the hook was doubled. Although Han Fei's one leg dodged the first attack, the hook zigzagged and tied up his other leg. As the fishing line was retreated, Han Fei was hauled into the campus, catching everyone's attention. Wang Jie said, "You think you're strong enough to do whatever you want now, don't you?" He Xiaoyu was rather intimidated to see that, feeling lucky that she did not run. It would be most embarrassing if she were also dragged like this. Han Fei, on the other hand, screamed, "Sir, I did nothing wrong. I only went to the southern campus to share knowledge with the students there." Wang Jie smiled at Zhou Ding. "Mr. Zhou Ding, thank you for dropping by. I'll teach him a good lesson." Zhou Ding laughed. "I don't think that's necessary. This is a good kid to me. Do you want to send him to study in the southern campus for a while?" Wang Jie said, "With the fishing trial coming near, we are going to concentrate the students and train them. I don't think there's time for that." Zhou Ding smiled and said, "All right, I'll take my leave." Wang Jie said, "See you, Mr. Zhou." After Zhou Ding left, Wang Jie changed his face and sneered at Han Fei. "You're good. You show your abilities at the southern campus? You think that you are as invincible as a level 8 fisher?" Han Fei shouted, "Sir, I didn't. Nobody knew that the southern campus is so weak." Wang Jie said with a cold smile, "Weak? Do you think you were strong in the past? Could you have been as strong if it weren't for what Tang Ge gave you? Do you know how many people were drawn to you when you showed your abilities?" Han Fei was stunned. Who would be interested in a level 6 fisher? He Ming Tang went on, "Everybody knows that you improved so fast because Tang Ge gave you a lot of good stuff. They dare not challenge Tang Ge, but killing you in secret and digging out your secrets is not difficult." He Ming Tang made up his mind to keep his daughter away from the brat. God knew what kind of trouble he would cause. Wang Jie said, "Do you understand now? Nobody dares to touch Tang Ge, but do you think nobody dares to touch you? You will be put in detention for 3 days." Han Fei smiled bitterly. He forgot that he had been using Tang Ge as an excuse for his rapid improvement. However, his performance had been too distinguished lately. People couldn't help but wonder what Tang Ge had offered to Han Fei. Han Fei begged, "Sir, I know I was wrong. I will never fight again." About the detention, Wang Jie sneered. 3 days, not to be shortened by 1 second. After Han Fei was hauled away by Wang Jie, He Ming Tang glared at He Xiaoyu and said, "Go home. You're grounded for 5 days." He Xiaoyu said pitifully, "Father, I did not join the fight." He Ming Tang said, "Go home, and you are not allowed to talk with him again until he becomes a fishing master." Pouting, He Xiaoyu said pitifully, "Okay." There was only one detention room in the school. It was mainly used to punish bad students. Most of them were only detained for 1 day. Few were detained for 3 days in a row like Han Fei. The detention room was made of hard rock. It was not an obstacle for fishing masters, but no students who were only fishers could get away from it. 3 days ago, Han Fei was dragged to the detention room like a dead dog. It was the most heated topic in the past few days. Someone was angry. Han Fei was too cocky. He was asking to be killed when he blocked the gate of the southern campus. Someone made fun of him. I'm told that he wouldn't have made it back if the teacher in the southern campus did not release him. Many people peeped into the detention room when they passed by, but it was too dark to see anything. However, Han Fei could hear the incessant laughter and mockery at the door. Zhou Xiao, Hu Kuan's best friend, was shouting from a hole in the detention room. "Hey! Han Fei, you're not having a meltdown, are you?" Someone else joined him. "I don't think so, but he will certainly be less cocky in the future." Han Fei was sitting cross-legged in the detention room. His clothes were entirely wet, and his spiritual energy was running loose. He could hardly control the spiritual energy precisely even after 3 days. At this moment, Han Fei was trying to gather half of his spiritual energy in his palm. No. Half is too much. Not good, it's getting out of control. Zhou Xiao and his pals outside of the detention room discussed. Huh? Do you feel that spiritual energy is surging? A little bit. Is Han Fei cultivating? Nonsense. How can such intense spiritual energy not glow? Wait, look, it's glowing. The few people outside of the detention room saw dazzling light bursting before their eyes. Bam! Zhou Xiao did not know what was going on. He only sensed that he was flying. The explosion spread throughout the school. Many people saw Zhou Xiao and his pals fly away and pass out. As for the detention room, a whole half a man tall was left. Dozens of teachers of the school arrived almost simultaneously. They checked Zhou Xiao and his pals first. Then, they released a long breath of relief and said, "Send them to the medical room." After that, they looked at the giant hole in the door of the detention room, from which uncanny noises were coming out. Then, they saw Han Fei, whose face was covered in dust and whose head was messy, peeking out of the hole. Han Fei underestimated the power of spiritual energy explosion. Half of his spiritual energy was already so explosive. If he had unleashed all his spiritual energy, it shouldn't have been a problem to blow up the whole detention room. Wang Jia's eyelids twitched. The guy was not hurt at all in such a powerful explosion. Han Fei was stunned to see so many people. In the end, he waved his hand and said, "Hey, long time no see." In the office, Han Fei rolled his eyes, his hair as messy as a bird's nest. Solemnly, Wang Jia said, "Tell me, who taught you spiritual energy explosion?" Nobody would believe that Tang Ge left Han Fei the introduction to spiritual energy explosion because the teacher from the southern campus stated that Han Fei learned it during the fight. Han Fei said, "Master, I perceived it after cultivation in seclusion for 3 days. Pa." Wang Jia slapped Han Fei on the head. The guy was too shameless. It was supposed to be 3 days of detention, not cultivation in seclusion. That's bulls asterisk it. Spiritual energy explosion is a skill that requires proficiency. How could you have perceived it? Han Fei said, "Sir, I truly perceived it on my own. I spent the last 3 days in the detention room." Wang Jia was lost for words. It did make sense. The boy was locked up the moment he came back to school. Did he really perceive it on his own? However, He Mingtang felt that something was not right. His daughter had been avoiding him recently. Did it really have nothing to do with this? Wang Jia did not think much. He simply scolded, "Idiot, do you know why we don't teach you spiritual energy explosion until you are level 7? It's partly because your spiritual energy is not enough, partly because your veins are not sturdy enough, and partly because it requires proficiency. Spiritual energy explosion is the easiest of all techniques, but have you seen any fisher below level 7 use it?" Han Fei gnashed his teeth. You like slapping my head? Fine, I'll slap yours. When I'm stronger than you. Wait, my veins are not sturdy enough? No wonder. My arm was nearly torn apart just now. Then, do I need to do nothing other than building up my veins? Han Fei. Ah, I'm here. Pa. You're absent-minded when I'm talking to you. Han Fei gritted his teeth. Wang Jia, just wait for it. I'll definitely slap your head off later. Han Fei returned home for the ghost pearl, the essence of the ghost blade clam. That could build up the veins. If it was as good as claimed, spiritual energy. Explosion wouldn't be a problem for him in the future. Han Fei grew careful after the incident last time. Fearing that someone would attack him, he kept a low profile on the way. Han Fei was hiding behind a giant tree and observing if anybody was around. When someone said behind him, "Are you Han Fei, my friend?" Han Fei was so shocked that he raised his purple bamboo rod immediately. Don't panic, my friend. I mean you no harm. Han Fei looked at him carefully, only to discover that he was a man as brawny as a bull. There were 3 scars on his face, cutting his eyes and his mouth apart, indicating that he was a dangerous person. Han Fei asked, "Who are you?" With a smile that was even more awful than crying, the brawny man said, "I am Li Ju, the leader of the tigers. My arrogant subordinates insulted you the other day, and I hope that you can forgive us. The tigers would like to give you whatever you need." Han Fei understood that they were here to apologize. The tigers must have learned his relationship with Tang Guo. That was why their leader came in person. The tigers could have killed him when his identity was still unknown, but now that they'd missed the opportunity, they had to make up for what they did. Han Fei took a breath in relief. "Leader, since you came to apologize in person, I'll definitely forgive you. However, Brother Gang provoked me repeatedly the other day. I hope that Leader can restrain him in case the reputation of the tigers is ruined." Li Ju grinned hideously and said, "Of course. You will not see them in Heavenly Water Village again, my friend." Han Fei was alarmed. "What do you mean? Are they all dead?" He had heard before that the tiger's enemies were all thrown into the ocean. He did not know that Li Ju was truly so brutal. However, Han Fei rolled his eyes and realized what was going on. A less determined man would have been too scared to demand compensation from the tigers. After this, considering that the whole thing was in the open, Han Fei sneered, "Leader, my brother left me dozens of bottles of iron fish body polishing fluid, but all of them went missing the day I returned." Han Fei felt that the air turned quiet, and killing intent was rising. Was Li Ju really going to kill him? Han Fei did not believe that he dared to do such a thing. Otherwise, not only would Tang Guo go after him, but the teachers at school would also ask his trouble. As he expected, Li Ju soon smiled. "Naturally. I'm sorry that I didn't discipline them well. I'll pay them back soon." Han Fei said, "The other things are basically fine, except that some of the mid-quality pearls and spirit refilling pills were missing." Li Ju was somewhat astounded and almost decided to kill him. The iron fish body polishing fluid was already precious enough, and the spirit refilling pill was a life-saving medication. How dare you ask for them? Han Fei, on the other hand, stared at Li Ju calmly and harmlessly. He did not believe that Li Ju dared to attack. Li Ju gnashed his teeth. "All right, the tigers will compensate for your loss. Have a good day, my friend." Han Fei grinned and said, "Goodbye, Leaderly. A moment later, Li Ju watched Han Fei leave and punched the tree next to him. The enormous tree was immediately broken in half. The person behind Li Ju said gloomily, "Boss, this guy is outrageous. He's extorting us. I would like." "Shut up." Calming himself down, Li Ju said, "Wealth is nothing compared to life. Tang Gu won't stay here for long. He will leave after the soul awakening and probably won't return. Let's deal with him after that." Han Fei couldn't have felt better. The tigers were rich enough to afford dozens of bottles of iron fish body polishing fluid, which would make his cultivation with the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning much easier. The tigers were quite fast. What he demanded that morning was delivered in the afternoon. Han Fei checked the items. They included 10 bottles of iron fish body polishing fluid, 50 mid-quality pearls, and 5 spirit refilling pills. "Li Ju, damn you." Han Fei trembled in fury. "I said dozens of bottles, not 10 bottles. Also, you gave me 5 spirit refilling pills? You think I'm a beggar?" However, Han Fei had wronged Li Ju. It was not easy to get the iron fish body polishing fluid. Also, the spirit refilling pill, which was of little use to him, was a lifesaver for other people. 5 of them were already a lot. Han Fei complained, "What a petty bastard. However, I'm a person who can easily be satisfied. I'll deal with them for now." Had Li Ju heard Han Fei's complaint, he probably would have killed Han Fei on the spot. In the cave, Han Fei held the ghost pearl, which allegedly nurtured and expanded the veins. He swallowed it without any hesitation. A long time later, Han Fei felt nothing except that his body was slightly cold, as if he were having an intravenous drip. It was not until 2 hours later that Han Fei finally sensed that his veins were strengthened, because he saw impurities leaking out of his skin. "This stuff is not as good as I expected. It seems that I have to take a handful of such pearls at the same time." Other people would have killed Han Fei if they knew what he was thinking. The medicines that could strengthen the veins were rare and precious, yet he was complaining that they were not effective enough. 3 days later, cracking noises spread out of a cave on a cliff on the floating island. A young man was lying on the ground with all his clothes wet. Nobody could possibly tell what happened just now. "Phew. I've finally made it. Ha ha ha. I should be absolutely invincible at my level right now." Han Fei checked his data. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 6, Intermediate Fisher. Spiritual Energy, 1288, 249. Spiritual Heritage, Level 2, Low Quality, Upgradable. Weapon, Purple Bamboo Rod. Main Art, Void Fishing, Chapter 1, Hook Kiss, Mortal Level, Divine Quality. He had already felt that he was stuck. As he expected, his spiritual energy stopped at 249 points. He felt that he could make another breakthrough, but it required tremendous spiritual energy. His current stock did not seem enough. "It seems that I have to set sail again." "Huh? I can't set sail?" Xiaoqin said, "Given that you met 2 fish tides, and your boat was damaged. The supervisors believe that somebody might be plotting against you, so you are not allowed to go to the ocean. Also, there are only 9 days to go until your fishing trial. I suggest you focus on cultivating yourself for the time being." Han Fei asked, "Have you found who did it?" Xiaoqin said, "There is no evidence, but we have reasons to believe that the tigers are behind it." "The tigers?" Han Fei was not surprised at the answer. Not everyone could ruin a boat in the port without alarming other people at all. He felt that the compensation he asked from Li Ju was not enough. In that case, Sister Qin, I'll take my leave. Since he could not go to the ocean, he had no income of spiritual energy, which was intolerable to Han Fei. The market was already lively, although it was still early in the morning. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Water! Clean rainwater here. 20 coins per kilogram. Only 500 kilograms are available." A customer negotiated, "Boss, 20 coins is too much. It rained only several days ago. Your price is too high." Someone else agreed with him. "Old Qin, I'll have 10 kilograms if you sell it for 18 coins per kilogram." However, Old Qin chuckled. "You think it's expensive? It hasn't rained for half a month, and since the weather is fine, it probably won't rain again until half a month from now. Water will only be more and more precious. 20 coins per kilogram is already my best offer." The crowd grew quiet. Soon, someone said, "Fine, Old Qin, give me 20 kilograms. I'll have 10. I'd like 50. Shocked, Han Fei watched the 500 kilograms of water be bought out in only 2 minutes. He did not know that one could make money so fast with water. It did make sense on second thought. The only source of water for the floating island was the rain, which was surprisingly infrequent. As a result, water was always in demand. Han Fei thought of something. There was infinite seawater in this place. Wouldn't he become rich if he could make distilled water with it? Han Fei was considering it when he passed a beggar. Wait, that's not right. Everybody on the floating island is a cultivator. Why is he begging? The beggar was wandering about with a broken bowl, covered in dust. He stepped back in fear when he saw Han Fei and tried to flee. Han Fei shouted, "You, stop there!" The beggar cried, "Have some mercy. I've already been kicked out." Han Fei was stunned. "Your brother gang?" The beggar shook his head quickly. "Xiao Wan gang. Please call me Xiao gang." Han Fei. Han Fei asked, "You're not dead?" Li Gang's legs shivered when he heard that. "Do you really want me dead?" After everybody learned that Han Fei was Tang Ji's brother, he was hung on the top of a mast for 3 days in a row. He was not killed only because he had many friends in the Eastern market. However, since his heart was hurt when he was kicked out of the tigers by Li Gang, he had only 1/10 of his previous strength, and his life was quite miserable. Hugging Han Fei's leg, Li Gang cried, "Bro, please spare me. I can't die. I need to make a living for my girlfriend. If I die, someone will take her away." Han Fei was lost for words. "Who's going to kill you?" "I'm a kind-hearted person." Li Gang complained to himself, "You are kind-hearted? I wouldn't have ended up like this if it weren't for you." Han Fei asked, "You were kicked out by the tigers?" Li Gang nodded in fear. He couldn't afford pissing off Han Fei right now. Han Fei came up with a plan. "How about this? You will follow me in the future. I'll give you an enjoyable life." Huh? Huh? Li Gang thought that his ears deceived him. Was it a trick? Han Fei said, "Clean yourself up and find me in my home. I'm short of hands right now. I've offered you an opportunity. It depends on you whether or not you can grasp it." Li Gang was a smart gangster. Was it possible to follow Han Fei? Of course. Tengu was his brother, and his future clearly couldn't be too bad. However, why was Han Fei interested in him? Did Han Fei want him to collect protection fees? Thinking about how he was mugged by Han Fei twice, Li Gang felt that it was very possible. An hour later, Li Gang arrived with a pale face. It was obvious that he was badly wounded, but the dust on his face had been cleaned. When Li Gang came, Han Fei was toying with many bottles and had even moved a giant pot out. There was no telling what he was up to. Seeing that Li Gang was here, Han Fei asked, "How much strength do you have left?" Shivering, Li Gang replied, "I'm as good as a level 2 fisher." He was of a mind to kill himself. Did he want to beg? Of course not. But he would be committing suicide if he were to go fishing as a level 2 fisher. Han Fei raised his head in surprise. Huh? You're crippled now? Li Gang replied reluctantly, Not exactly, but the pills for my recovery are too expensive. They are worth 10 mid-quality pearls. Han Fei scorned, so, the bad guys who work for bad guys may be abandoned any moment. Then, Han Fei placed a dozen mid-quality pearls before Li Gang and said, "I can cure you, but you must not betray me, or you will suffer more than wounds. Your girlfriend will probably really be taken away." Li Gang was filled with disbelief. Were the dozen mid-quality pearls for him? Feeling warm, Li Gang burst into tears. "Boss, I'll be yours in the future. I'll do anything that you ask." Han Fei waved his hand and said, "All right, that's enough. Why don't you tell me first if there are any seasonings on our island?" Seasonings? Han Fei said, "The things that can give food a more interesting taste, like salt." Han Fei had never had any decent food since he came to this world. There was salt, but salt alone was not enough to remove the stink of the seafood. Li Gang got it. "Oh. Boss, you're talking about spices. But only the rich people can afford them." Han Fei was immediately amazed. "So the answer is yes?" Li Gang said, "Yes, but ordinary people can't afford them. Most spices can only be bought with mid-quality pearls." Han Fei was a bit disappointed. It was too expensive. He had planned to open a barbecue restaurant and make distilled water. But if the seasonings were so expensive, he probably could only make barbecue for himself. "What about alcohol?" Li Gang said, "Alcohol is cheap. The fish head liquor is only worth 30 coins per kilogram." "Boss, you want to drink?" Han Fei said, "Let's go. Show me the spices first." There was a plantation with a coverage of 1,000 acres at the south end of the floating island, next to the cliff. Han Fei was startled by the exuberant plants in the area. "I didn't know that there were farmers on this island." Li Gang scratched his head. "They are not exactly farmers. Most of them planted spiritual herbs at the beginning, but probably because the environment was too poor, the spiritual herbs all retrograde into spices. Even so, many people believe that spices are still spiritual herbs. That's why spices are still expensive." An old man was basking in the sunlight with a bottle of liquor in his arms. He showed no response when Han Fei and Li Gang walked onto the plantation. Han Fei went forward and asked, "Grandpa, we're here to buy spices." The old man glimpsed Han Fei and continued his sunbath. "You can't afford them." Han Fei was gloomy. "How do you know that?" "I have 50 mid-quality pearls left." The old man raised his hand and pointed at some wood shelves not far away. "They're all there. Each of them costs 1 mid-quality pearl. Han Fei walked over curiously, only to be dumbfounded by what he saw. You call them spices? Aren't they strawberries? Han Fei was surprised. Could there be identical plants in the universe? Although the strawberry was as big as a fist, it was obviously still a strawberry. Li Gang said, huh? Boss, this is red fruit. I bought it before. I thought it was a spiritual fruit, but there was no reaction after I ate it. It was delicious, though. Li Gang smacked his lips during his introduction. However, the strawberry was too expensive for him. He couldn't afford many. Han Fei chuckled. It would be a miracle if there was any reaction. How could a strawberry be a spiritual fruit? Han Fei observed carefully, only to be rendered speechless. He saw peanuts as huge as apples and grapes as huge as melons. They were all multiple times larger than he'd seen before. There were also plenty of flowers that Han Fei could recognize. If they were on Earth, their unique colors would have made them the rarest and most precious decorations. Of the 1,000 plants here, Han Fei could recognize 100 of them. Wait, potatoes? Han Fei's eyes glittered as he discovered potatoes in this alternate world. Then, Han Fei saw carrots, peppers, and garlic. Garlic. Han Fei remembered roasted shrimps when he saw the garlic. He immediately swallowed. To Han Fei's disappointment, the items in this place were unaffordable for him. He even thought that the village leader might not be able to buy them. Later, Han Fei discovered dozens of other plants that he knew. There were also 1,000 that he didn't know. Breathing quickly, Han Fei came to the old man and asked, Grandpa, what will you do if you can't sell the spices? The old drank his liquor for quite a while, before he finally replied lazily. They're left there if they can't be sold. They'll grow out again later. Han Fei was dumbfounded. They were abandoned if they couldn't be sold? Wasn't it a waste? The old man glanced at Han Fei. You want them? Give me the money. Han Fei said, I don't have that much money. The old man waved his hand. Get out of here if you don't have money. You're disrupting my rest. Han Fei was gloomy. He did not intend to return empty-handed. He was almost certain that the old man was unusual, or the place would have been robbed a long time ago. After a long silence, Han Fei asked, Grandpa, it seems that nobody is taking care of your garden. Do you want me to give you a hand? Without opening his eyes, the old man said, Boy, come again when your spiritual beast is awakened. Han Fei squinted and said, Okay. Han Fei looked back many times on his way back and imagined what food he could make with the ingredients in the garden. He would not give them up easily. After all, he would have to spend a long time in this wretched world. Li Gang, however, was confused. Boss, that crappy old man was rather cocky. Why don't we beat him up? Also, those spiritual fruits are barely effective. Are you really going to farm for him? Han Fei said, Beat him up? Do you know what's most fatal for gangsters? Huh? Han Fei explained, lack of sensitivity. I assure you that he can throw you into the ocean with one hand if you ask for him trouble. What? I don't think so. I never heard of anyone fighting the old man before. Too lazy to explain it further, Han Fei merely asked, What do you think is the fastest way of making money? Li Gang said without thinking, collecting protection fees. Get lost. Han Fei pondered as he walked. He couldn't get a fish tied if he was not allowed to go to the ocean, and he had no access to spiritual energy without the fish tides. Although he had 10 bottles of iron fish body polishing fluid, it might not be enough for him to make the breakthrough at the peak of level 6. He couldn't drink the swallowed spirit soup in the school either. Did he have to buy fish at the market? No. That's too expensive. How I wish I could open a barbecue restaurant. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei said, "Fine, there is only one way. Go buy some alcohol." Li Gang asked, "Boss, how much?" Han Fei said, "Well, give me 100 kilograms for a start." Pooh. Li Gang was dumbfounded. What? 100 kilograms? Han Fei said, "You will do what I tell you to." Yes, boss. One day later, Han Fei finally made a tank of hard liquor. Most alcohol on the floating island was of a low degree. After a day of hard work, he purified the alcohol and created a tank of liquor of 50 degrees. Han Fei said, "Xiao Gang, come here." Li Gang had restored 30% of his strength. He jumped over and said, "Boss." Han Fei said, "Have a taste of this." Li Gang did not know what Han Fei did. He only knew that only 40 kilograms of the alcohol he bought were left. When Han Fei poured the liquor out, Li Gang was amazed by the aroma. "Boss, this alcohol smells great." Li Gang breathed it in for a while in fascination and drank up the liquid in the bowl. Ah! Ouch! It's burning. Scared, Li Gang thought that Han Fei was trying to kill him. His throat seemed to be on fire. But why did it feel so good? After a minute, Li Gang breathed hard with a reddened face. "Boss? Boss?" Bam! Han Fei nodded in satisfaction after Li Gang fell on the ground. Wasn't that old man into alcohol? Han Fei returned to the plantation with 20 kilograms of liquor. The old man was still enjoying the sunlight. Bo. Han Fei lifted the cover of the container, and the fragrance immediately spread. The old man, who was lying in the chair lazily, jumped up and stared at Han Fei. "It is alcohol?" Han Fei grinned. "Grandpa, I've specifically brought it for you. Why don't you have a taste?" The old man grabbed the container and sniffed. He was immediately refreshed. "This is good." Then, the old man had a full mouthful of it. His wildness shocked Han Fei. "Ha ha ha. This is the best alcohol. Where did you get this?" The old man looked like a whole different person. He looked at Han Fei hopefully. Han Fei said, "You needn't care about where it's from, but I'm the only one in Heavenly Water Village who can obtain it." The old man said with a smile, "Not just Heavenly Water Village, you can't find such liquor even in the city." Han Fei's eyes narrowed. The city? The old man was indeed unusual. According to He Xiaoyu, few people had been to the town, much less the city. The old man enjoyed another mouthful of the drink, before he said, "What do you want from me?" Han Fei said, "I would like to trade this liquor for your spices." The old man nodded and said, "It's indeed more delicious than any alcohol I had. I'll give you 100 kilograms of spices for that." It was most surprising for Han Fei. The man charged one mid-quality pearl for a strawberry yesterday, but he offered 100 kilograms for free today? All right. Han Fei took out a big backpack and went to the peppers and garlics, filling the backpack with them. The old man was startled. "Boy, they are not delicious. One of them is burning hot, and the other simply stinks. These red fruits, on the other hand, are sweet and sour." Ignoring that, Han Fei asked, Grandpa, do you have ginger? Ginger? Well, they are yellow blocks that grow in the soil. The old man understood. You're talking about yellow balls? Yellow balls are over there. Seeing that the old man was pointing at potatoes, Han Fei shook his head and said, they are thinner and smaller. The old man looked at Han Fei in surprise. You're talking about tung num? It's not tasteful at all. I never dug them out. How do you know about tung num? Han Fei grinned. Just leave that alone. I'll bring the product to you after it's ready. Squinting, the old man said, are you going to make medicines with them? I'm afraid it's not possible. Those are the most inferior spiritual fruits. Their effects can't be good. Han Fei said, you'll find out soon. Under the old man's guidance, Han Fei dug 100 kilograms of ginger, peppers, and garlic. Before he reached his house, Han Fei shouted, Xiao Gang, rent a place. We're going to start a barbecue business. At the center of the market in the port, Han Fei rented a stand for 10 mid-quality pearls. At this moment, a plate had been raised, catching everyone's attention. Someone said in disdain, you are truly confident. The most delicious food? Less bragging, please. Other dealers were sneering, how many foods have you had? How do you know that it's the most delicious food? Someone was curious. What is going to be sold here? Standing before the grill, Han Fei declared to the crowd, today, we launch our barbecue business. All customers will enjoy a 50% discount. I guarantee that you will bite your tongue off when you're having our food. Barbecue? What's that? Asked a passerby curiously. Han Fei said, don't be hasty. Some of the food will be distributed for free. You don't have to pay unless you want more. Really? Boy, are you the owner of this business? Han Fei said, of course. I never go back on my word. Xiao Gang, start the fire. Little white fish, sea conchas, clams, yellow fish, shrimps. Dozens of seafoods had been placed on Han Fei's long grill. Han Fei was delighted. The spiritual energy in those seafoods had been entirely absorbed, so they were actually of little use to him. He took out a pepper and shouted at everyone, guys, you may find it hard to believe, but this is red tears fruit, a spiritual fruit that costs 1 mid-quality pearl. Hua. The crowd seethed. You're making food with a spiritual fruit that costs 1 mid-quality pearl? Someone was unconvinced. Liar. How can you make food with such extravagant stuff? What's the price of your product? Han Fei said, this spiritual fruit can be used repetitively. It's not expensive. As for the prices, they're all on this board. After Han Fei showed the prices, everybody whispered again. Someone scolded, boy, are you taking us for fools? 10 low-quality pearls for 1 kilogram of little white fish? That's dozens of times higher than the market price. That's right. You are a terrible businessman. I wouldn't buy it no matter how delicious it is. I'll only have a taste of the free food and leave after that. I'm going to see why this boy is confident in making the most delicious food in the world. Li Gang sweated hard as people criticized them. He was also shocked when he saw the menu. He did not believe that anyone would buy such expensive food. Han Fei took out the ginger and the garlic and shouted, it's all a matter of perspective. Is a little white fish with 3 kinds of spiritual fruit still a little white? Besides, there is also the finest oil and appropriate salt. You should leave now if you don't want to get addicted to it later. Someone mocked him. Who knows if they are spiritual fruits? None of us has seen a spiritual fruit. Of course you can say that it's a spiritual fruit. But how can a spiritual fruit only cost one mid-quality pearl? Han Fei said, you can go to the southern plantation and ask. All the spiritual fruits in my store are authentic. I'll compensate you if you find anything fake. Are you serious? That's a bold statement. He doesn't seem to be lying. Does he have so much money? Huh? Isn't he that piece of garbage? I'm told that Tengu is his brother and has given him a lot of good stuff. He's a genius now, not garbage anymore. At this moment, Han Fei was brushing the seafood with fish oil. Every gasped at how generous he was with the oil, which was extremely rare and precious. Han Fei was using it so casually that some of the oil was dripping into the fire. Li Gang, on the other hand, had chopped the peppers and garlic into pieces. After Han Fei smeared the garlic on the food, people immediately exclaimed, "Wow! It smells great. Is this the power of spiritual fruits? I'm told that the fragrance of spiritual fruits can keep people from walking away. It seems that the spiritual fruits are authentic." Not just the onlookers, even Han Fei himself swallowed. The fragrance was even more intense after the peppers were added. Han Fei shouted, "Everybody, hurry up. The first batch of barbecue will be ready in 1 minute. It's free. If it's delicious, you can buy more later. Everything is at a discount today." 1 minute later, Han Fei bellowed, "All right, Xiao Gang. Next batch." Everybody stared at the barbecue in Han Fei's hands. Han Fei cut the barbecue into hundreds of pieces with a dagger and said, "Come on. Have a taste, everyone. Don't fight. Let me. Get out of the way. I'll go first. I came here early. Give it to me, boy. Stop squeezing. I'll have a taste for you." Li Gang was dumbfounded by people's enthusiasm. They must be aiming for the spiritual fruits. Who would really pay for such expensive food? A young man at the front of the queue got a piece of clam. At this moment, the clam meat was golden and smelled great with the 3 spiritual fruits. He was astounded when he popped the meat into his mouth. Dear sea God, why is there such delicious food in this world? Is this still clam meat? How can clam meat be so delicious? It's unbelievable. The young man was lost for words. His limited vocabulary could not express his feelings at all. Not just the young man, everyone who got a sample was shocked. The succulency and hotness of the food covered the original stink in it. They all felt that. Their tongues were dancing in delight. Delicious. It's so delicious. I've never had anything so wonderful. This must be the food the sea god enjoys. Why has it come to the mortal world? Many people swallowed after they had the food. Staring at the new batch on the grill, nobody intended to leave. Some of them had intended to go fishing, but they were stuck here and did not want to leave anymore. Those who were at the end of the queue stood on their tiptoes. The delicious smell of the food was too much for them to handle. Han Fei looked at them and said, "Please, don't stand in other people's way. From now on, the food is no longer free. But there's still a 50% discount. Hurry up if you want any. I would like a kilogram of yellow fish. I want 5 kilograms of white fish. Give me a small octopus. 1 complete clam, please. Someone looked at the person next to him and said, "Didn't you say that you would only have the free food?" The person sniffed. "I'm a man of integrity, I pay for what I eat. I'm planning to support his business." Everybody squeezed close. Li Gang was dumbfounded. Weren't they all cursing just now? Why had they changed their attitude? Li Gang was drooling himself. It truly smelled great. The price of the food was 100 times higher than usual, but people were still passionate about it. He had never thought that anyone would buy a clam with 20 low-quality pearls. It was truly luxurious. As Han Fei worked on, people on the whole street were attracted to him. Subconsciously, someone smelled the enticing scent when they came to the market. Someone was about to set sail, but they caught the smell and decided to check it out. Zhang Han was enjoying the sunflower seeds in his store, casually when he smelled the food. He immediately threw the sunflower seeds away. It smelled great. What's the food? Even Xiao Qin, the most nonchalant person in the port, was frowning. A certain indescribable fragrance from the market made her swallow. Suddenly, someone shouted from the back of the crowd, "Get out of the way. What are you doing here? Are you not planning to pay your fish tax?" Zhang Han squeezed through the crowd. He was curious about the source of the enticing smell. The crowd slightly scattered, allowing Zhang Han to see the plate of the most delicious food as well as Han Fei, who was brushing the fish oil before the grill. Li Gang, who was beaten up by Han Fei before, was helping Han Fei. Zhang Han was startled. "It does not seem right. Why are you running a stand instead of going fishing? Isn't the fishing trial only several days away? You've already given up yourself?" Then, Zhang Han saw the astounding menu. 10 low-quality pearls for 1 little well fish, and 20 for a clam? TCH. Zhang Han gasped. He thought that he was cunning enough, but from what he had just seen, he could almost call himself a conscientious businessman. Look at that. The clam was pegged at hundreds of times its market price, and yet people were fighting for it. "Boy, give me a clam." "Child, I would like 10 lobsters." "Young boss, I want 2 sea conchas." Zhang Han was amazed. What a huge profit. Han Fei had already noticed Zhang Han. He asked, "Manager Zhang, do you want anything? Everything here is at half price. You can't miss that." Zhang Han gasped again. "You charge 10 low-quality pearls for little white fish?" Han Fei said, "Today, only 5. Zhang Han. "Do you think 5 are few?" 5 low-quality pearls meant 500 sea coins, which were enough to buy dozens of little white fish. Han Fei was generous enough to give 3 lobsters to Zhang Han. Zhang Han accepted them in confusion. He bit the gold meat and the enticing powder on it, only to be confounded. How could there be anything so delicious? God knew what Zhang Han was thinking, but he asked, "Did you pay your administration fee?" Not just Han Fei, many other people looked at Zhang Han in surprise. "You're thinking about that instead of enjoying the cuisine?" Han Fei patted his price board with a smile. Zhang Han glanced at it and almost jumped when he saw that a lobster cost a low-quality pearl. Did he just eat a low-quality pearl? Zhang Han asked, "Han Fei, why is your food so expensive?" Li Gang had never seen eye to eye with Zhang Han. He said, "What do you know? It has 3 spiritual fruits as ingredients. You think they are cheap?" "What?" Zhang Han nearly threw the lobster away. "Spiritual fruits as spices? Was Han Fei out of his mind? Zhang Han was relieved to see the peppers. He said, "You didn't acquire your spiritual fruits from the old man in the plantation, did you?" Zhang Han knew the plantation and even paid a mid-quality pearl for a spiritual fruit there. It was delicious, but not useful at all. The spiritual energy he gained from it was not even as much as that of a yellow fish. Han Fei said, "There are many kinds of spiritual fruits. Some can help you make breakthroughs, and some are natural spices that can bring you happiness." Zhang Han was gloomy. It certainly did not bring him happiness. Han Fei asked, "Manager Zhang, do you want anything else?" Zhang Han snorted and left without saying anything. He thought about many things. Since Tengu was recruited by the angel as a disciple, Han Fei had changed into a different person. Had he been modified by the angel, too? In that case, Zhang Han certainly couldn't take advantage of him anymore. Han Fei was as busy as a bee for an entire day. He sold hundreds of products and only used up half of his materials. He earned more than 5,000 low-quality pearls, which equaled 50 mid-quality pearls. Li Gang was even more delighted. He had joined the Tigers so that his girlfriend could live a better life, but he had never made as much money in the Tigers. That was 50 mid-quality pearls. Normal people couldn't have saved so much money over 10 years. Suddenly, Han Fei shouted, "Xiao Gang, you will take it from here. I'm exhausted." Li Gang was surprised. Was he allowed to do it in person? He said, "Well, I'm flattered." Han Fei said gloomily, "Do you want me to die of exhaustion? Do it for me." Then, Han Fei took a rest. Looking at the buckets of white fish, yellow fish, lobsters, and sea conchs behind him, he felt that spiritual energy was surging at him. He had absorbed more than 4,000 points of spiritual energy in only one day. His total storage was more than 5,000 points. Most importantly, he did not lose anything. All he paid was 100 kilograms of alcohol that only cost 5 mid-quality pearls. Li Gang had watched it long enough to know what to do. He only needed to brush the fish oil and the pepper juice and spray the garlic. It was a simple task. After a brief rest, Han Fei asked, "Xiao Gang, where are your sidekicks?" Li Gang found it hard to answer the question. Most of his sidekicks were probably as dead as could be. He said, "I think they are probably fish poop now." Han Fei asked, "Do you have other sidekicks?" Li Gang said, "No. There are few rogues in the village, and most of them are in gangs." Han Fei asked, "What's your girlfriend doing at home?" Li Gang immediately changed his face. "Boss, my girlfriend is my life. She..." Han Fei interrupted him. "What are you thinking?" "I was going to ask if your girlfriend could work in my barbecue stand. I'll give you 10% of the profit." Li Gang was stunned. "B-boss, are you serious?" It was beyond Li Gang's expectations. After he was crippled by the tigers, he planned to retire and did not expect Han Fei to help him cure his wound and offer him 10% of the profit. Li Gang asked again, "Boss, are you serious?" Han Fei said, "Why would I lie to you? This money is too insignificant for me right now." Li Gang was delighted. "It's not insignificant for me, considering the sales. Today, 1% of the profit was 5 mid-quality pearls, and it would double when the half price was over. That was much more than what he could earn among the tigers." Han Fei gave a fish or a skewer of shrimps to Li Gang now and then. There Spiritual energy was absorbed whenever they passed him. At night, when they were about to close the business, Wang Jia and He Mingtang arrived. Wang Jia was enraged to see Han Fei. Han Fei, what are you doing? Are you adapting yourself to the life of a low-level fisher? The fishing trial is around the corner, and you are running a business instead of cultivation? Li Gang said angrily, Master Wang Jia, my boss is a very capable man. The fishing trial is not a problem at all. Shut up, said Wang Jia gloomily. Han Fei, you will speak for yourself. Han Fei said solemnly, Master, my foundation is weak, and I need enough wealth to build up my foundation. Wang Jia said, say something that I can understand. Han Fei said, I feel that I'm about to make a breakthrough. I need to make some money to buy the ancillary liquids. Wang Jia said, hee hee. How much money can you possibly earn? I didn't believe it when I heard the rumor just now, but you really turned out to be here. Han Fei said, Master, I earned 50 mid-quality pearls in a day. Wang Jia said, shut up. Do you think 50 mid-quality pearls are something? Wait. How many mid-quality pearls? Han Fei said, 50. He Mingtang demanded, Han Fei, do you think that mid-quality pearls are yellow fish? 50? Wallah. Li Gang poured the box of low-quality pearls out and declared, I said that my boss was a capable man. This box is almost full. Wang Jia. He Mingtang. Wang Jia and He Mingtang finally noticed the price of Han Fei's foods. TCH. Both of them gasped. Wang Jia asked, did anyone really buy something so expensive? Han Fei said to Li Gang, roast some lobsters and clams for Mr. Wang and Mr. He later. Li Gang asked, should I charge them? Han Fei was lost for words. How can I charge my teachers? A moment later, Wang Jia and He Mingtang were almost drooling. The intense fragrance fascinated them. When Wang Jia learned that Han Fei added 3 kinds of spiritual fruits to the clam, he was lost for words. Do you think you are a magnate? However, after having a bite of the lobster, Wang Jia gave up his complaint. He Mingtang said, Han Fei, get me a few more lobsters for He Xiaoyu. Give me some, too. Suddenly, a crisp female voice called out. Everybody looked at the newcomer, who turned out to be Xiaoqin, the receptionist at the port. Xiaoqin's real name was Jiangqin. She had worked in the port for 3 years. Every day, she wouldn't leave until everyone was off duty. Nobody knew Jiangqin's past, and nobody was interested in it. After all, what she did was just a regular job. Of course, Han Fei knew none of that. He only knew that the girl always gave him a few reminders before he set sail, although she seemed indifferent. Han Fei greeted her. Hey, Sister Qin is here. Please wait a moment. Xiao. Gang, get more food going. Seeing Han Fei's income, Wang Jia realized that he could not criticize him anymore, so he pulled Han Fei aside and said, why are you hanging around with Li Gang? He's a worthless gangster. Han Fei said, sir, he was kicked out by the tigers and was begging. How could I leave him alone? Han Fei spoke so matter-of-factly that Wang Jia almost believed him. But hadn't Li Gang gotten kicked out of the tigers because of you? In the end, Wang Jia said thoughtfully, training does require resources, but you must not depend on them too much. There are only 7 days until the fishing trial. Do what you see fit. Wang Jia and He Mingtang left. Li Gang packed up the food for Jiangqin. Jiangqin had a bite of the lobster and beamed with interest. She finished the lobster quickly. She looked at Han Fei thoughtfully and said, "Take a walk with me?" Stunned, Han Fei said to Li Gang, "Xiao Gang, you will clean up the tools later. Take the low-quality pearls and prepare the materials for tomorrow." Li Gang asked, "Huh? I'm going to take care of the pearls?" Han Fei said, "Of course. Isn't the pack of pearls heavy?" Li Gang was dumbfounded. "Heavy? That's money. You're complaining that money is heavy?" Jiang Qin observed everything. It was not until they were out of the market that she finally asked, "There are no fish tides, are there?" Han Fei certainly could not admit it. "Of course there are. I was attacked by fish tides twice. Even my boat was damaged." Jiang Qin, however, changed the topic. "Therefore, you should pay for the damage." Han Fei? Jiang Qin said, "Forget it. Everybody has their secrets. You'd better hide yours well. On the other hand, how did you get the spiritual fruits from the plantation?" Han Fei said, "That's easy. I gave the old man some liquor, and he gave them to me." There was no telling if Jiang Qin was convinced or not. She simply glanced at Han Fei and said, "I'm told that you've been advancing fast although you barely achieved anything in the past 4 years. What's your spiritual heritage?" Han Fei was shocked. The girl was probably unusual. He felt that he had been seen through. He replied, "Level 2, low quality." Jiang Qin frowned and said, "Lying is not a good thing, especially when you are lying to the wrong person." Han Fei said, "Sister Qin, I'm truly level 2, low quality. Actually, I was level 1, high quality in the test, and I became level 2 after an incident." Han Fei did not intend to hide that. After all, the result of his test was publicly known. He merely hoped that the girl wouldn't make him do the test again. "Huh?" Jiang Qin turned around quickly. "Your spiritual heritage changed?" Han Fei said in a hurry, "I had a spiritual fruit that my brother left for me." He did not know if Jiang Qin believed it or not. After walking another 10 minutes, Jiang Qin said, "Prepare yourself for the fishing trial. The higher your place, the better, if you want more spiritual fruits from the plantation." Han Fei said, "Okay." Jiang Qin left after that. Han Fei was puzzled. What did she mean by what she said? Han Fei checked his spiritual energy after he got home. It was already more than 7,000 points. However, he was not in a hurry to make the breakthrough. He intended to upgrade his spiritual heritage to level 3, which required 10,000 points of spiritual energy. The next day, in the barbecue stand, Han Fei finally saw Xiao Hong, Li Gang's girlfriend that he talked about all the time. Li Gang said, "Xiao Hong, this is my boss. He's an extraordinary person." Han Fei nodded politely, although it was obviously too sophisticated for a 12-year-old. However, Han Fei secretly chuckled. He thought that Xiao Hong was a beautiful girl, but after seeing her, he wanted to tell Li Gang that he needn't worry that his girlfriend would elope, because few men liked girls who weighed as much as themselves. Li Gang weighed at least 170 kilograms, but Han Fei did not think that he could win a fight against Xiao Hong. After giving the barbecue stand to Xiao Hong and Li Gang, Han Fei was free again. He simply sat behind the stand and delivered the seafood to Li Gang. After absorbing its spiritual energy, there were only half as many customers today. After all, most fishers could not afford the full price. Thankfully, many people had come from far away after the promotion yesterday. By sunset, Han Fei had more than 10,000 points of spiritual energy, but he was not in a hurry at all. There were plenty of places for him to use spiritual energy. Li Gang shouted, "Boss, we are running out of spiritual fruits." "They will probably be used up tomorrow." Han Fei said, "All right, roast everything on the menu. I'll get some spiritual fruits for us." A dealer nearby immediately approached him. "Is it easy to obtain the spiritual fruits? Can you get some for me?" Han Fei said with a generous smile, "Uncle, it costs 1 mid-quality pearl. In fact, I'm not earning much, although there are a lot of customers. I dare not go to the plantation until I have 100 mid-quality pearls. TCH. The dealer counted and found the price unaffordable. 100 mid-quality pearls equaled a high-quality pearl. How many people in Heavenly Water Village had a high-quality pearl? After seeing the dealer off, Han Fei went to the plantation with 20 kilograms of liquor and a pack of barbecue. Han Fei was dumbfounded to see the old man enjoying alcohol with the peanuts that were obviously just dug out. Han Fei was lost for words. The old man had learned such a classic combination on his own. Han Fei had done it plenty of times himself. He always prepared a lot of peanuts when he set sail in his previous life. "Huh? Boy, what's in that? It smells rather great." Han Fei came with the barbecue and the liquor. "Grandpa, like I said, I do not take your things without giving anything in return. This is barbecue. Why don't you try it?" The old man looked at them and said, "Huh? Regular white fish, clams." Then, the old man changed his expression. "You added spiritual fruits to such worthless food? But it does smell great. I wonder how it tastes." After a bite of the clam, the old man's face changed so greatly that Han Fei was amused. Is this the white weary fruit?" The old man was full of disbelief. How could the white weary fruit be turned into a delicious food? Han Fei pointed at the garlic and said, "It tastes good after it's crumbled and roasted, right?" The old man ate half of the clam and finally looked at Han Fei thoughtfully. "Boy, did you make it on your own?" Han Fei said, "Everything is useful in this world for people who can use them." The old man swallowed a mouthful of the liquor and looked at Han Fei in a different way. The old man said, "Boy, did you propose to take care of the garden for me?" Han Fei asked, "Is it possible?" The old man said, "Yes, but about the liquor and this." Han Fei added, "Barbecue." The old man said, "You need to provide liquor and barbecue for me." Han Fei grinned and said, "All right. I'll take care of the garden for you after the fishing trial. However, the spiritual fruits I took from your place the other day have been used up." The old man waved his hand, as if it were not a big deal. "You can take more." "Well, no more than 100 kilograms each." Soon after Han Fei left, a woman came out of the house. "You agreed so easily, gourmet grandpa?" The old man said, "He's not a bad guy." The woman said, "Interesting." Han Fei would have been surprised if he were there. "Wasn't that Jiangqin?" Li Gang said, "Boss, the fishing trial will be held tomorrow. Do you really not need to train?" Han Fei was playing with a little white fish. He nodded and said, "You're right. I probably should." Li Gang. Ever since Han Fei became a public figure, his enemies had abandoned the thought of getting rid of him. In the cave, Han Fei practiced the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning again. Even though Han Fei's body qualities had been significantly improved, he still sweated profusely after he completed all 108 movements. For Han Fei, there was not any obstacle to level 7 as long as he had enough spiritual energy. Training with the incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning cannot increase the capacity of my spiritual energy anymore. I'd better make the advancement now. Han Fei checked his own data. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 6, Intermediate Fisher. Spiritual Energy, 48,201, 249. Spiritual Heritage, Level 2, Low Quality, Upgradable. Weapon, Purple Bamboo Rod. Main Art, Void Fishing, Chapter 1, Hook Kiss, Mortal Level, Divine Quality. Han Fei almost couldn't stop grinning. If his barbecue business were more affordable for ordinary people, he would have had even more storage room for spiritual energy. Han Fei sat cross-legged and took a deep breath. Break! Han Fei's body glowed, and spiritual energy appeared on the surface of his body out of nowhere. However, the calabash did not swallow any of it, maybe because the spiritual energy was too ordinary for it. Han Fei felt that his body was expanding and his bones were shivering. Tremendous spiritual energy was surging through his body. Crack. Han Fei became a level 7 fisher, but he did not stop there. Other level 7 fishers needed to absorb spiritual energy and nurture themselves, but Han Fei had plenty of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy he stored was still surging and brushing Han Fei's bones, flesh, and organs. It was not until the heat became unbearable again that Han Fei finally stopped his cultivation session. Who? He opened his eyes and rose. Hearing the cracking sounds of his bones, Han Fei felt that he was never in a better state. He could have knocked Li Gang out with one casual attack now. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 7, Advanced Fisher. Spiritual Energy, 36,008, 279. Spiritual Heritage, Level 2, Low Quality, Upgradable. Weapon, Purple Bamboo Rod. Main Art, Void Fishing, Chapter 1, Hook Kiss, Mortal Level, Divine Quality. Han Fei clicked his tongue after seeing that his storage was reduced by more than 12,000 points. Did other people need so much spiritual energy for a breakthrough? Wouldn't that have drained them? Han Fei never realized that one had to train himself day and night from the beginning of a level to the peak of it, so that enough spiritual energy could be prepared. It was not the same as his breakthrough at all. It was still late at night. Han Fei considered if he should upgrade his spiritual heritage. After all, it only cost 10,000 points of spiritual energy. But he gave it up on the idea. He had already caught enough attention. And it would be a problem if his spiritual heritage was further improved to level 3. On the other hand, he was finally able to see what forge the universe was now. Han Fei opened his hands, and the calabash appeared in his palm. 5,000 points of spiritual energy were nothing for him now. Activate. Stunned, Han Fei felt that the world was swirling and darkening. When it was bright again, he found himself in a round space about 3 meters in diameter. Below him was damp mud. Around him was infinite, pure darkness where nothing could be seen. Han Fei was astounded. What the heck? Where was he? He touched the dark boundary carefully, only to be blocked by a marvelous power that felt like an invisible wall. He couldn't help but speculate that Forge the Universe was inside the calabash. In that case, wouldn't his calabash equal to a space ring? I need to test it with Li Gang and see if I could get him in. Huh. What if it kills him? I'd better try yellow fish first. However, this space is too small. Can it be larger? The moment the idea occurred to him, Han Fei saw spiritual energy surging in, and the darkness backing off. The area was now larger than before. Huh. Spiritual energy can be used to expand the coverage of this place. I shouldn't expand it too much in case it consumes a lot of spiritual energy. How can I get out of here? Han Fei tried to think, and he appeared where he'd been the next second. Han Fei checked his data. His spiritual energy lowered to 30,008 points, which meant that 6,000 points were spent just now. Other than the 5,000 points for the activation of Forge the Universe, the remaining 1,000 points must have been used for the expansion. He tried bringing items in. As expected, they could be taken in when he thought to do so. He inserted a lot of things into Forge the Universe, but when he tried the clam, he discovered that there was some obscure resistance. Is it because the clam is alive? But I did put it in eventually. Han Fei did not know the limits of Forge the Universe. He naturally dared not try it with a person, which would expose him. Han Fei did not stop experimenting until it was almost dawn. Today was the fishing trial, which thousands of students would take part in. Han Fei was quite confident. He was already a level 7 fisher. If he hadn't intended to keep a low profile, it wouldn't be a problem for him to reach level 8. Everybody arrived at the school early. Some were nervous, and some were talking and laughing. Han Fei knew that all of them were anxious except that the latter pretended they were not. He Xiaoyu grimaced at Han Fei. Han Fei felt something different when he saw He Xiaoyu. He asked, shocked. You made a breakthrough? He Xiaoyu said in surprise, how did you know? Han Fei said, I can see that you are in high spirits, so I assumed that you made a breakthrough. He Xiaoyu said excitedly, haha. I made a breakthrough after I was grounded for 2 days. I'm determined to make it to the top 100 in the test. Han Fei said, then you should work harder. He Xiaoyu said, what about you? My father said that you started a barbecue business. It's indeed delicious. Can you give me a discount? Seeing that He Xiaoyu was almost drooling, Han Fei knew that she had been thinking about it. Han Fei said, of course, you can pay however much you want. He Xiaoyu asked, how about 10 sea coins for a clam? Shocked, Han Fei looked at He Xiaoyu and said, try buying a raw clam on the street with 10 sea coins. That's far from enough. He Xiaoyu argued, you said I could pay however much I wanted. Han Fei decided to let her go. After all, He Xiaoyu was his only friend in this place, besides Tengu. He simply waved his hand and said, forget it. If you want them, you can take them for free. But don't waste them. Really? He Xiaoyu jumped in delight. Her head had been filled with barbecue since her father brought it for her the other day. She thought that even the Crimson Sea fruit might not be as delicious as barbecue. Attention, everyone. At this moment, the headmaster bellowed to the playground. You all know what the fishing trial means, but don't feel too much pressure. As long as you try your best, you will be fine. Remember, your life matters more than anything else. Let's go. Thousands of boats were launched from the floating islands simultaneously. Some of them were occupied by students, and some by their parents who were seeing them off. Some of the parents were weeping. The fishing trial was a life-and-death test. For a better rank, all the students would be competing with their best. As a result, the trial was highly dangerous. Casualties were unavoidable even though all the teachers and the supervisors were deployed. The best record in history was that 10% died, 30% were injured, and 60% survived. That was the highest percentage of survival. All the 12-year-old kids were gathered on the boats. The village leader spoke to them from a floating boat. Same as before, the score system will be adopted in this trial. Your score will be calculated according to the level of the fish you catch. The top 1,000 places will be qualified to awaken your spirit. However, remember not to aim too high. Just do your best. Everybody listened carefully. Nobody was impatient. The students' parents were shouting far away. Son, life first. Listen to the village leader. Don't act tough. Daughter, it doesn't matter even if you can't pass the trial. There's still a chance of natural awakening. Just give up if your opponents are too strong in a competition. You must be wary of other boats. He Xiaoyu searched for Tangge, but there were simply too many boats. He Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was cheering him up not far away. The villager leader said, "Attention, everyone. The trial will last for 12 hours. Those who are rescued by the inspectors will automatically fail. The trial will start in a quarter." The wind was not huge on the ocean, and the morning sun dyed its surface gold. Several dark spots appeared on the blue sky. When they were close, people finally recognized that they were boats. Someone exclaimed, "Hey! That's the unique boat of the tigers. Li Hu hasn't been around lately. I'm told that he was striving for level 8. I wonder if he has succeeded." Someone pointed at the other direction. "Look. It's the Wang family's boat. Wang Baiyu is the only one taking the trial this year. He's said to be a future armorist." Many people did not know what an armorist was, but it sounded like something impressive. "Look over there. It's Xiao Wushuang, the only person with a spiritual heritage of level 4, low quality in Heavenly Water Village this year. That's Xiang Nan from the North Campus. I was told that he is already a level 8 fisher." Han Fei was lost for words. Why do we have to gather in school and come together, while those people can show themselves off in front of everyone? However, everybody's eyes were soon fixed on the east, where two people seemed to be walking out of the sun. They were radiating gold. Everybody fell silent. The monster had arrived. They were none other than Fang Zhe and Tang Ge, who had been away for days. Nobody would say that it was unfair. A level 7 spiritual heritage was already beyond unfair. Everyone had subconsciously agreed that Tang Ge was the first place of the fishing trial. Who else was more qualified than him? Fang Zhe was as indifferent as before. He waved his hand, and a white, luxurious boat emerged out of nowhere. It was a major contrast to the other boats. Fang Zhe said, "Don't care too much about the fishing trial. The first place is already yours anyway. You will probably say goodbye to this place after the awakening." Tang Ge searched the crowd and saw Han Fei waving at him. He grinned and waved back. Fang Zhe squinted. He saw through Han Fei's strength easily. A level 7 fisher was something here, but it was not worth mentioning in the city. Most children in the city were already fishing masters at such an age. However, Since Han Fei was Tang Ji's brother, he thought that it might not be a bad idea to show him some kindness. The village leader came to Feng Zhe and asked respectfully, "Master, when do you think we should start?" Feng Zhe said, "Hasn't it been scheduled? Just do it accordingly." Feng Zhe glanced at the crowd and said casually, "The top 3 places in this trial will be given spirit concentration art. Everybody, keep it up." Hua! Everybody clamored. They did not know what spirit concentration art was, but it was an award from the angel. It must be good stuff. Many people beamed with interest after Feng Zhe said that. Wang Baiyu was excited. The Wang family had been famous for their armorists. If he obtained spirit concentration art, it was possible that he could become an influential person even in the town. Li Hu thought hard. The tigers had been dwarfed by the Wang family exactly because they did not have a top expert. If he got spirit concentration art, it was possible that he could become a spirit concentrator. He wouldn't need to fear the Wang family at all then. Han Fei felt nothing, but he did remember the awesome armorist from the Wang family he saw in the market the other day. Since he was now much stronger, he certainly could join the competition for spirit concentrator. The village leader was delighted. If a spirit concentrator emerged in the village, it was possible that Heavenly Water Village would rise to higher places. He shouted with a red face, "Attention, everyone! The trial now begins." Under the villager leader's command, the boats dispersed and chose their own destination of fishing. Some people were so eager that they cast the hook without moving the boat at all. Since it was a trial, everybody had their own boat, and it depended on their capabilities what their score would be. Han Fei was not in a hurry. He drove his boat to Tanggu. Tanggu, on the other hand, also drove his boat to Han Fei. Tanggu laughed, "Han Fei, did you make another breakthrough?" Han Fei grinned and said, "Yes, I'm making progress fast. The fishing trial is not a problem at all." Tanggu said, "That's good. That's good. About the things I left for you." Han Fei said solemnly, "Do not practice the mystic body technique. I sensed great flaws in it." Tanggu was stunned. "Huh?" Han Fei said, "Don't ask me how I knew it. Just leave the technique alone." Tanggu said, "I didn't practice it." "What about you?" Han Fei said, "Me either. Let's meet after the fishing trial. I need to tell you something." Tanggu said, "All right. Let's choose a place and start fishing." Feng Zhe appeared and looked at Han Fei casually. Then, he said to Tanggu, "Don't go together. If you go with him, with your strength and the noises you make while fishing, he might not catch any fish at all." Tanggu looked at Han Fei in embarrassment. Han Fei said, "You go first. Your destination is the Sea of Stars. Keep it up." Feng Zhe was stunned. He thought that Han Fei would beg Tanggu to help him. But Han Fei did not ask for anything. The Sea of Stars, on the other hand, was not a bad expression. Tanggu hesitated, "What about you?" Han Fei smiled, "Rest assured. I'll catch up to you soon. My journey lies in the infinite ocean." Han Fei left on his boat, quickly. Feng Zhe shook his head. That was a rather confident kid. Infinite ocean? Do you know where infinite ocean is? It's true that the ignorant are fearless. However, with the boy's talent, it's possible that he can grow into a grand fishing master later. Han Fei was not in a hurry to start fishing. He knew that there were too many resources in the ocean. He did not want to be too close to other people in case they noticed his terrifying fishing abilities. Han Fei drove 500 kilometers away and did not stop until only few boats were around. He took out the fishing pole and put the bait on. Unhurriedly. The points of the fish were calculated according to their level, so Han Fei's target was never the fish with fewer than 5 points. For example, little white fish were 1 point, yellow fish were 3 points. Green turtles were 5 points, blade fish were 7 points, tentacle lobsters were 8 points, and snake belts were 9 points. Some of the fish were special. One meat tortoise was worth 20 points, the rare spirit-swallowing jellyfish was 30 points, and the young ironhead fish was 12 points. Other than the regular fish, it was said that the fishing masters had driven certain unaggressive fish from the level 1 fishery. However, few people were expected to catch them. It was only meant to increase the difficulty of the trial. Han Fei's lips curled as he sank his hook 5 meters deep. To make it to the top 3, he'd better start from the deeper water. Deeper than 5 meters was the domain of blade fish and green turtles. There were even snake belts if he went even deeper. However, snake belts liked warmth and had no interest in the bait. It was barely possible to catch them. Not bothering the cost, Han Fei transmitted his spiritual energy to the fishing line and the hook, getting full control of the responses near the hook. Han Fei's face suddenly changed. He shook the pole and retreated it quickly. There was a blade fish at the end of it. He drew the purple bamboo rod and slashed at the blade fish. Ding asterisk, asterisk. The lousy fin knife of the fish stabbed into the boat, and the head of the fish was broken. Han Fei kicked it into the fish cabin casually. He had earned 7 points. Han Fei saw the inspectors 4 times in the next 2 hours. He pretended to work hard every time they came and were relaxed after they left. During the 2 hours, Han Fei caught 13 blade fish and 8 green turtles, which were 131 points in total. Then, he heard a voice from the sky. The village leader announced, "The first place of this fishing trial has 241 points, and the 10th has 142 points. Please keep it up." Han Fei was stunned. "Are you kidding me? I'm already fishing very fast, and I have only 131 points. Why do those people have so many points?" At the same time, in somewhere far away, Wang Baiyu bellowed, and a long hook appeared from a box next to him and darted into the water, stabbing into a blade fish. The knife of the blade fish glittered, but Wang Baiyu did not bother to look at it. He simply shouted, "Shield!" A shield made of a turtle shell appeared out of nowhere and knocked the lousy fin knife away. On the other side, Li Hu was rather gloomy. "Who has obtained 242 points? Tang Gu? I wonder how many points Wang Baiyu has. Probably close to 200. Right?" Sneering, Li Hu shouted, "Huya, kill it." A hideous fish almost 3 meters long broke out of the water and spewed a young ironhead fish out to the boat. It was Li Hu's secret that he had been keeping. Everybody knew that his father had a tigerhead fish, but they did not know that he had one, too. On Tang Ji's side, he had seen a myriad of strange fish in the advanced fisheries, and Feng Zhe had taught him the most practical tricks in fishing and attracting fish. Tang Ji's hands were moving sophisticatedly as if he were casting a strange skill. As Tang Gu took action, a pillar of spiritual energy fell on the ocean, and fish jumped up, allowing Tang Gu to catch them easily. If Wang Baiyu, Li Hu, or a teacher were here, they would be stunned because it was exactly spirit concentration art. Fishing was such an art in a general. Fishery was like children playing with toys. Apart from those heavenly talents, it was not so smooth for other people. A student from the southern campus had only acquired 40 points. It was not a bad result, but he was so earnest that he sank the hook more than 6 meters deep. Then, an enormous blade cut his head off so fast that even the inspectors had no time to react. 6 students of the northern campus were in a group. They were smart enough to throw tremendous baits into the ocean, hoping to attract the fish. However, 3 tentacle lobsters came to them. Only 3 of them survived. A girl from the eastern campus, who scolded Han Fei before, unfortunately caught a ball fish. Even the teachers did not see it coming. As a result, the girl's body was riddled with holes by the needles on the fish. The same thing was going on in many other places. There was no time for the inspectors to take action. After all, the students were not fishing at one location. The odds of disability were even higher. To acquire more points, most students chose blade fish, but half of them couldn't avoid the knife from the fish because it was too fast. At least 30% of them were crippled even though they had weapons. Another 2 hours passed. Han Fei was even more efficient than before. He had killed a tentacle lobster and caught 17 blade fish and 6 green turtles. His total score was 289 points. Han Fei swallowed. Was he in the top 10 places now? Nobody could have caught so many fish without enough spiritual energy. He was certain that the fishers below level 7 had to take spirit refilling pills or rest for recovery now. The village leader's announcement came again. The first place of the fishing trial has 482 points, and the 10th place has 298 points. Keep it up. Han Fei was shocked. Are those people really students? By logic, they should be out of spiritual energy. It never occurred to Han Fei that the top places were all the heavenly talents in the village who had spirit refilling pills as well as their own tricks. He Xiaoyu, for example, was not anxious at all. She had already obtained 212 points. Her father had given her 3 spirit refilling pills before she came. He did not know that Han Fei also gave He Xiaoyu 3 spirit refilling pills. For the notes on spiritual energy explosion. Han Fei's face darkened. Fine, you're forcing me to do this. Do you have to? Compete with me for spirit concentration art and the privilege of spirit awakening? Come on, let's see what you've got. Making up his mind, Han Fei activated void fishing. His hand was on fire in the blink of an eye. Thankfully, he had a bucket of water next to him. He immediately extended his hand into it. Feng Zhe's eyes would have popped up if he had seen this. How could anyone attract spiritual energy into their body in the middle of the day? Was he not scared that he would explode? In the next moment, spiritual energy gathered in this place, and Han Fei saw a shoal of fish coming. He immediately cast the hook. Something bit the bait instantly, but it was not a blade fish, but a green turtle. Han Fei did not despise it. Ignoring the spluttering stones, he hit the green turtle and knocked it out. When spiritual energy gathered in Han Fei's place, Feng Zhe frowned. Huh? Why? Did I sense the solar energy just now? Was it my illusion? 2 inspectors nearby also sensed the anomaly. They came in a hurry. They were both shocked to see Han Fei leaping and twisting the head of a tentacle lobster. Then, 2 seconds after Han Fei cast the hook again, a cold knife was shot out, only to be blocked by him casually. The inspectors counted 30 knives on Han Fei's boat. Hiss. One of the inspectors got on board and glanced at him. You're from the Eastern Campus. Huh, you've caught nothing but blade fish, green turtles, and tentacle lobsters? The other inspector had been here to calculate the score just now. He shook his head and said to the first inspector, let's go. He's Han Fei, Tang Ji's brother. The first inspector immediately understood it. It was true that a genius's brother tended to be another genius. Ignoring the two teachers, Han Fei paused for a moment. It seems inappropriate to leave the knives all over the boat, which would expose my abilities. Fine. I'd better clear them. Far away, Li Hu observed in a stun and said to the tiger-head fish, huh? Are fish gathering over there? The tiger-head fish squeaked, as if it could understand him. Li Hu said, someone's over there. So what? Let's go and rob him. On the other hand, Wang Baiyu sensed something when he was about to launch his harpoon. His armor had just moved. He couldn't help but look far away. What was over there? That's why cheating feels great. Han Fei couldn't be more delighted. He had collected 10 blade fish within a quarter. Even Tang Ji's score couldn't be much higher than his. It was a pity that his experiment was too short just now. Most of the fish had dispersed. He probably had to cheat again soon. When Han Fei was about to cast the hook, he saw a boat coming over quickly. Huh? Who's coming? Why is he coming to my place instead of fishing? How can I cheat if he is watching me? Han Fei stopped his action and looked at the boat gloomily. When the boat was near, Han Fei recognized the young man on the boat to be the young master of the tigers. Was it possible that his father asked him to offer some points to Han Fei as compensation? Han Fei did not stop Li Hu from approaching. He said with a smile, fine, I'll forgive you for what you did. Don't give me more than 200 points, or I will be too eye-catching. Li Hu? Li Hu saw blade fish swimming below the boat and plenty more in Han Fei's unclosed fish cabin. He immediately squinted. He said, I'll give you an opportunity. Offer your fish to me, and I will allow you to follow me. Huh? Han Fei was confused. Wait, you're asking me to offer my fish to you? Li Hu said, that's right. Han Fei asked, I wouldn't get to follow you unless I offer my fish to you? Li Hu replied impatiently, no. Han Fei was lost for words. Was the guy out of his mind? He was going to rob Han Fei when his father failed too? Han Fei asked, was your head hit by an ironhead fish when you were little? Li Hu was dazed at first, but he soon realized what he meant. He sniffed. You're quite bold. Han Fei said, get lost. I'll blow your head if you are still here after I count to 3. Li Hu's face was full of brutality. He did not expect to be refused. Li Hu said coldly, do you know why the casualty rate of every fishing trial can be 50%? Han Fei said, I couldn't care less. Get your ass out of here. Li Hu roared, you're asking to be killed. Li Hu drew 2 sabers and slashed Han Fei. He was so angry about Han Fei's attitude that he had to kill the guy today. Han Fei blocked the attack with the purple bamboo rod. He did not expect Li Hu to attack. Was the man crazy? However, the sabers were slashed again heavily. Han Fei discovered in a stun that the guy was a level 8 fisher. But it couldn't change the inevitable. You're asking for this. Spiritual energy surged out of Han Fei's body as he bashed the sabers with the purple bamboo rod. Li Hu did not know that Han Fei was so strong. After only one collision, he felt that his arms were numb and his hands were cracking. Han Fei cursed, "Who gives you the courage to hold 2 sabers when other people all use rods? You think you are capable?" The purple bamboo rod swept as Han Fei shouted. Scared, Li Hu jumped back. However, to his surprise, there was a cold edge when the rod swept at him. While he wondered why a rod had an edge, his clothes were shredded at his abdomen, revealing the armor down below. Huh? You have more clothes down below? No wonder you looked weird just now. But I'm still going to blow up your head. Li Hu said, very good. You have pissed me off. Tigerhead. Why didn't you invite me to this spectacular event? When Han Fei was about to attack again, someone called 100 meters away. Han Fei and Li Hu looked back. It was none other than Wang Baiyu, the third young master of the Wang family. Wang Baiyu was also quite surprised. After identifying Li Hu and Han Fei, he couldn't believe that Han Fei could fight Li Hu neck and neck. The guy was quite extraordinary. Coldly, Li Hu retreated his sabers and jumped back to his boat before he left. In a hurry. Standing at the head of his boat, Li Hu declared, "Boy, whoever you are, pray to the sea god, or you will die a miserable death." Han Fei said, "Idiot, I'll send you to the sea god if you dare to come again." Wang Baiyu was stunned. Why did he not know such a brutal man who dared to challenge Li Hu before? He said, "Han Fei? What a coincidence. Why did you fight against Li Hu?" Han Fei still owed Wang Baiyu a favor. He shrugged and said, "That idiot came and asked me to offer my fish to him." What a great fool. Wang Baiyu asked, "You didn't know?" Han Fei said, "What are you talking about?" Wang Baiyu said, "The casualty rate. Why do you think the casualty rate of the fishing trial is so high?" Han Fei said, "Isn't it because of the risks in fishing?" Wang Baiyu looked at Han Fei in amusement and said, "How is it possible? Even though there are risks, how can the casualty rate be as high as 50%? The real trial won't start until the last 4 hours." Han Fei was surprised. Huh? Why is that? Wang Baiyu said with a smile, "In fact, only less than 10% are killed or injured in fishing. Most of the casualties are due to competitions amongst the trial takers." Han Fei asked, "Huh? Can trial takers kill each other?" Wang Baiyu said, "It's only allowed in the fishing trial. In the first 8 hours, everybody is too busy fishing to ask for trouble. In the first 4 hours, only the result of the first place and the 10th place will be announced. Starting from the 5th hour, the result of the 100th place will be announced. In the 7th hour, the result of the 1000th place will be released. Then, those whose score is not high enough will start fighting and looting." Han Fei said, "Why did I not know that? Why do the school and the parents agree with such a rule?" Wang Baiyu explained, "It's because we are cultivators. The ocean can be cruel. You think dangers only lurk in the water? No, your companions or other people who are planning to rob you can be as dangerous. It's unusual in the general fishery because few things are worth fighting over." Taking a deep breath, Han Fei said, "Therefore, if I'm strong enough, I need only to rob instead of fishing?" Wang Baiyu said, "Theoretically, yes." Pa. Hey! I shouldn't have done that. Wang Baiyu asked, what are you talking about? Han Fei said, I shouldn't have let Li Hu go. I could have robbed him of all his points. Wang Baiyu? Then, Han Fei glimpsed at Wang Baiyu's cabin, which seemed full. The man must have plenty of points. Wang Baiyu said, Brother Han. Han Fei said, right. It's all right. I'm just looking at it. Right, what? Brought you here, Brother Wang? Wang Baiyu smiled and said, I was curious about the spiritual waves in this place and happened to see Brother Han and Li Hu fighting. Wang Baiyu observed Han Fei again. He knew Li Hu's reliance very well. With his tiger-head fish and his strength as a level 8 fisherman, he was rather tricky even for Wang Baiyu. Han Fei was bold enough to fight him. Han Fei was thinking about something else. Even fishers could sense the spiritual waves? Did it mean that he could not cheat? What could he do if he could not cheat? Robbing? That was not a bad idea. It would be simple and effective. Thinking about that, Han Fei said, spiritual waves? I don't know anything about that. It's probably because I encountered a shoal of fish. But most of the fish have already dispersed. I don't know where they are now. They may be still around. Okay, enough talking. I've got some robbing to do. Wang Baiyu. After bidding farewell to Wang Baiyu, Han Fei did not start robbing immediately but moved dozens of kilometers away. He dare not cheat again. Because Li Hu and the inspectors must have been attracted by the waves of spiritual energy he caused. Han Fei was certain that Feng Zhe sensed it too, although he was too lazy to check it out. Since it almost exposed him, he could not use the method anymore. The best solutions now were fishing and robbing. In the 5th hour, because of the spiritual energy outburst just now, Han Fei's score soared to 480 points. The village leader announced, the first place of the fishing trial now has 691 points, and the 10th place has 479 points. Please keep it up. Han Fei had finally made it to the top 10. He was probably the 9th place. Since the competition won't start again until the last 4 hours, I'd better focus on fishing first. Han Fei continued fishing. Having no pressure now, he even took out the barbecue that Li Gang prepared for him and enjoyed it. However, Han Fei still underestimated the trial takers. In the latter half of the 5th hour, 2 boats went straight at him. When the boats approached, a young man smiled, Bro, bring them out. Another young man on the other boat declared, You'd better submit your points if you want your life, or we'll feed you to the fish. Holding a roasted lobster, Han Fei said to them in a stun, You are good. You've struck an alliance? One of the young men frowned. Han Fei seemed rather confident. Was he a tricky person? But why was he fishing alone in this remote place if he was strong? Should he rob other people straightly? The young man asked tentatively, Why don't you join our alliance? We'll share the trophies later. The other young man objected, Why? We should seek allies from our own campus. We've never seen this guy before. Han Fei smiled, That's right. You don't need to ally with me, because you are already eliminated. Then, Han Fei jumped and slashed a young man. You shameless scoundrel. Clang asterisk. The young man vomited blood and was flung away, unable to stand up again. He was frightened. Whom did I just piss off? I'm a fisher at the peak of level 6, but the rob just now as unstoppable as an adult ironhead fish. The other young man was trying to help, but his ally had been knocked out. Before he took any action, he was stunned. His ally had fallen after one attack when he was stronger than himself? Han Fei pointed the purple bamboo rod at the young man and said, "You'll transfer the fish in your cabin to mine if you are smart. I won't hurt you. It's possible that you can still rob other people." The young man sweated. What's going on? The very first person that they robbed turned out to be a great monster. Why were they so unlucky? I will. The young man was almost crying. Why did they drive the boats so close? There was no chance to escape at all. Han Fei stopped fishing. He asked the young man, "Which campus are you from? What's your name?" The young man said, "The Northern Campus." Song Jun. Han Fei asked, "Has robbing started out there?" Song Jun said, "Why yes. People started attacking one another just now." Han Fei said, "Hey, toss the little white to me. Do not throw them into the fish cabin." Song Jun tossed the little white fish to Han Fei in fear. Han Fei touched them and threw them into the ocean casually. Song Jun was shocked. Little white fish are points, too. Why are you abandoning them? When Song Jun picked up a yellow fish, Han Fei said, "Hey, give the yellow fish to me, too." Song Jun? Then, Song Jun watched the yellow fish to be thrown into the ocean. He couldn't be more regretful. What's the meaning of this? Every yellow fish is 3 points. Han Fei murmured, "You are too big for your points. I can't let you fill my cabin." Song Jun. Soon, the fish cabins of Song Jun and the other young man were cleaned. They had 10 blade fish and 24 green turtles in total. Frowning, Han Fei said, "Why are there so few blade fish? Why did you catch so many green turtles?" "They're filling my cabin." "Fine, you can go on. I'll leave." Song Jun couldn't be happier to see him off. What a peculiar man. He even despised green turtles that equaled 5 points each. Han Fei casually drove to where people were crowded with 1 foot on the head of the boat. He felt that he needed a cigarette, a hat and an eye patch. This feels good. No wonder the Somalia pirates like robbing. It's fantastic. The ground for the fishing trial was not very large, but it was still rather spacious for the thousands of boats. At this moment, some of the boats were already teaming up, and the lone boats were obviously the best targets of robbing. The inspectors withdrew from the ground. The village leader sighed, "The annual killing starts again. I hope that they go easy on each other this time." Fong Zhe, on the other hand, was not bothered. Seated in Tang Ji's boat, he said lazily, "This is a lesson about robbery. The worlds up above are much crueler than here. It's all up to you whether you become a hunter or prey. Look at those young men. What they caught after all the hard work goes to other people in the blink of an eye because they are weak. As for the alliances, you'd better leave them alone, because those alliances will eventually fall out. All that matters is your own strength." Tengu was rather solemnly. He knew that it would happen, but he had never experienced it in person. Just now, the student on a boat not far away was slain ruthlessly and thrown into the ocean. Cultivation was a road of thorns. He couldn't save everybody. But where was Han Fei? He needed to find him. Fong Zhe did not stop him. He only said casually, "All right, go now. You have to learn the important lesson. Then, Fangzhe disappeared, leaving Tengu alone on the ocean. There was not a second boat within thousands of meters. At the periphery, Han Fei was surrounded again, because he was all alone. Han Fei shouted in fear, "Hey, who are you?" Everybody laughed at Han Fei's cowardliness. One of the girls demanded, "Offer your fish to us, and we'll spare you, or you can prepare to die." Han Fei said timidly, "You have 4 boats. Who am I giving the fish to? Why don't you come to take them?" They looked at each other and thought it did make sense. The downside of alliance was that they had to share everything evenly in every robbery. So, they stepped on Han Fei's boat. The moment they got on board, Han Fei grabbed his purple bamboo rod. The girl changed his face. "You're asking to be killed? Hey, I always thought that girls are different from boys, but you seem to be the same. You think you are strong because you are in a team? Who gives you the courage?" A guy shouted in fear, "Not good. His cabin is full of blade fish." All of them changed their faces. A cabin of blade fish meant that the man was extremely tough. He was definitely a heavenly talent since he was not hurt by the knives. The girl roared, "Fight." The moment she roared, a rod fell from the sky, and the girl blocked it subconsciously. After a clang, her weapon was bent, and she fell on her knees under the brunt. The other 3 guys attacked, but the purple bamboo rod swept at them and knocked 2 of them away easily. One of them fell into the ocean, and the other was blown back to his own boat. Han Fei frowned. He did not expect the guy to be so weak. He reached the edge of the boat and planned to rescue him, but the guy was nowhere to be seen. The last guy ran back to his boat, frightened. However, before he operated the boat, Han Fei had boarded on his boat. Han Fei said, "I'm not a fan of killing. Move your blade fish and green turtles to my fish cabin, and you will be free to get out of here." Han Fei continued wandering on his own in delight. He had finished 3 groups in the same way. 5 of the 8 cabins on the boat had been full. One of the inspects calculated the number in the meantime. He was stunned when the result was out. 1,012 points? Someone's score had surpassed 1,000 points after only 2 hours? In the 5th hour's announcement, Tengu, who was the first place, had only 691 points. This person was obviously not Tengu, but he had more than 1,000 points. If he could maintain his result, he would be among the top 1,000 without doing anything. A moment later, the village leader announced again, "There are 4 hours to go until the end of the fishing trial. As of now, the first place has 1,431 points, the 10th place has 966 points, the 100th place has 552 points, and the 1,000th has 241 points. Please keep it up." Everybody grew anxious after the announcement. The scores were increasing faster and faster. The top 10 places already had more than 1,000 points. At this moment, people who had teamed up looked for their target, and those who didn't were either searching for allies or running to the edge of the trial ground. Some even activated the signal device on the boat and forfeited the trial when they saw other boats coming at them. Actually, there were plenty of such people. They simply fished in a corner and ended the trial the moment other people attacked them. According to what happened in the previous years, some of them could always make it to the top 1,000. Different from them, Han Fei wandered on his own with his inexhaustible spiritual energy and his high level other people were different. Wang Baiyu and Li Hu, for example, did not take any action when many boats came and offered all their trophies to them. The Wang family had more connections than the tigers, so Wang Baiyu could roam about while enjoying the view. Li Hu was different. While some boats offered points to him, they were mostly from the children of the members of the tigers. He knew that he had to rob more people. Han Fei waited for other people to rob him, but Li Hu robbed the groups provocatively. Not just robbing, Li Hu was also fond of killing. Few people who encountered Li Hu survived. He Xiaoyu was rather anxious. Although she had a breakthrough before, there were too many enemies. 3 boats just robbed her, but they underestimated he Xiaoyu and were defeated by her. Still, she ran out of her spiritual energy and had to take a spirit refilling pill. She only had 1 spirit refilling pill left. At this moment, 4 boats surrounded her. He Xiaoyu was almost desperate. She just looted some points, but could she survive this one? The last spirit refilling pill cannot be used in a fight. He Xiaoyu was prepared to fight. She had 2 plans: to beat the 4 people, loot their points, and admit failure after using up the last spirit refilling pill, or to run out right now. Hopefully, other people couldn't catch up with her. Right when the few boats were about to surround He Xiaoyu, a scary fish jumped out of the water, followed by a boat that was sailing at the highest speed. It approached one of the boats quickly. Li Hu boarded on it and slashed his sabers. The young man on the boat tried to fight back, but his body was already stabbed through. As Li Hu drew his blades, blood gushed out of the young man. He Xiaoyu was dumbfounded by the brutal slaughter. Her face turned pale. Someone shouted on the other boat, "Run! It's Li Hu from the tigers. Run!" Before he finished, a ferocious tiger-head fish had appeared behind him. He turned around as everybody exclaimed, only to see nothing but darkness, because his head had been bitten off. Ah! He Xiaoyu screamed, terrified by the headless body where blood was springing. Frowning, Li Hu yelled, "Shut up!" He Xiaoyu grabbed the bamboo rod and was ready to run. She would have had a chance of escape if she did not pick up the bamboo rod, because there were still 2 other boats, but Li Hu saw the bamboo rod and knew that it was not something that everyone could afford. He shouted, "Tiger head, kill her!" He Xiaoyu was already controlling the boat to run, but it was not nearly as fast as the tiger-head fish, which jumped and went at He Xiaoyu's face. He Xiaoyu waved the bamboo rod, and spiritual energy gathered on it. Li Hu roared, "Tiger-head, come back!" But it was too late. An explosion burst out. He Xiaoyu was bumped into the deck and vomited blood. Of course, the tiger-head fish seemed to be hurt, too. She dare not stop and fled on the boat in a hurry. Li Hu had already turned into a murderer. You think you can get away after hurting Tigerhead? Li Hu abandoned the 2 survivors and chased He Xiaoyu. The 2 survivors heaved a long sigh of relief, but before they were reassured, they were already surrounded by a couple of boats. One of them shouted desperately, "Not good! They're from the tigers!" He Xiaoyu ran fast. Fortunately, she did not fight the 4 invaders just now, or she couldn't have survived after her spiritual energy was used up. The 2 boats were only several hundred meters away from each other. He Xiaoyu shouted while running, "Li Hu, do you know that He Mingtang is my father?" Li Hu roared, "Li Ju is my father. What can your father do even if I kill you?" He Xiaoyu said, "You are a lunatic. I'll withdraw from the trial if you chase on. Li Hu said, it will be too late by the time the inspectors come for you. He Xiaoyu was rather angry. Did I wrong you? Why are you pursuing me? Why is someone chasing me when I'm already level 7? Several minutes later, He Xiaoyu's eyes glittered as she saw an expert from her campus. Qini, help me. The guy named Qini was only at the peak of level 6. He ran immediately. After he saw that Li Hu was chasing He Xiaoyu. He dare not pissing off the tigers. He Xiaoyu shouted, jerk. He Xiaoyu cried for help whenever she met someone else, but everyone avoided her as if she were a plague. He Xiaoyu ran out of her spiritual energy. She swallowed the last spirit refilling pill without any hesitation. At this moment, she saw Hu Kuan who was robbing other people. She shouted, Hu Kuan, help me. Hu Kuan reached level 7 yesterday, so he was bold enough to rob 2 boats on his own. He was rather surprised to see He Xiaoyu being hunted. Shoot. Li Hu? Hu Kuan changed high face and gave up the rest of the points. He sailed his boat off quickly. He Xiaoyu was almost weeping. Who are these people? Is Li Hu really so terrifying? Han Fei was enjoying the sunlight. 6 of the 8 cabins were already full. He only wished that he had more cabins. However, he was not anxious. When his boat was full, he could rob other people of their boats. He found it a loss that he couldn't absorb the fish and planned to make barbecue with them later. The blade fish couldn't taste too bad. Swoosh asterisk, asterisk. Han Fei shouted, hey, bro, don't run. Let's team up. It was the 3rd boat that had slipped past Han Fei. He was rather speechless. Why were those people sailing so fast? Suddenly, he saw 2 boats coming to him quickly. He was immediately refreshed. Were they new clients? Should he pretend? Han Fei immediately pretended that he was wounded and accelerated the boat, as if he were also running. They were close. Hey, isn't it He Xiaoyu? Is she trying to rob me, too? When He Xiaoyu was several hundred meters away from Han Fei, she raised her hands and screamed, run, Han Fei, run. Han Fei? He Xiaoyu was lost for words. Other people are all running, and yet you're on. Exactly on our way. While Han Fei is strong, that's Li Hu. When the 2 boats were close to each other, He Xiaoyu shouted, Han Fei, run. Li Hu is here.